X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your things now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. It is so good to see all of you. I am still in hell right now, it seems. Is my phone, is that it right there? Is that that's not my phone. I don't know where my phone is right now. So for this, I don't want to do a stream where we're in hell. I don't know if like the hell stream is really befitting of a normal politics stream, you know? I'll be right back. I'm gonna fix the hell, okay? I gotta find my, oh no, it's right here. Never mind. I found my phone. And it's dead. Let's go. Let's go. Let me plug it in. Wow, chat, don't worry. I've reached the age where I use my phone so little, it is pretty much always dead. My phone is dead more often than it is charged and able to turn on. Yeah, so for just a little while, we're going to be in the blood realm till my phone charges enough that I can turn it on and use the app to switch the lights. It's all good, though. We are in hell, like in real life, too, so it's, you know, it's befitting, I'd say. Ah, there's my phone connecting. Ugh. Hey, everybody, it's so good to see all of you. Hello there, Periwinkle43, Sad Sheba, Regular Dude 313, good to see you. What's up, Wingo? Hey there, Cryptid T. Lord Rose, what's up? Transgender Girl 420, good to see you. Saliva? Good to see you as well. Roundabout, what's up? Cleaver, how are you? Sergeant Flux, what's up? Empress Emilia, good to see you. Saru, welcome. Zoomy Dog, I've already said hello to you, I'm pretty sure. Nyapolian, hello. Cleaver120, what's up? TFRSB, hello there, good to see you. Oh yeah, we're getting close to Zanmis. Speaking of Zanmis, I had pop up in my Discord today a screenshot of one of my fans' builds. I had a screenshot of one of my fans' builds come up in my Discord today from the last Zanmis. And it's from their base outside. Like, from the outside, so it shows quite a bit of the village. And God, do you guys already feel nostalgia for this place? Like, holy moly, was this fun. We're not going to be doing the exact same mod pack this year. But this one was definitely good, and I'm excited for future ones we can do. That was your build, Njord? It's nice. I like the sunroof. This sunroof was really what added the most to this, I feel. This was really fun. For those that don't know, we did a Christmas-themed server for 12 days on, for up until Christmas Day, or Christmas Eve, and Christmas Day was the 12th day, the final day. And on the final day, the people with the best build were all judged. The best builds were all judged, and the winner got a $100 gift card. This year, the gift card's going to be worth more than that. I got a decent GPU now, Zan? Hell yeah. I also just got out of the shower, so my hair's wet and my ears have water in them. I have complimentary shaders on there, to be clear. Yeah. Xanderhall, for Zanmis Get Naked. You guys are just too down bad. You guys are genuinely just too down bad. Oh. Oh god, chat. I watched the first two episodes of Gen V, the boys spin-off show. And the second I saw they were introducing another character who has shrinking powers, I just looked like, just fucking cold, 1,000-yard stare. God damn it. For those that don't know, in the main boys show, there's a character that gets introduced who has shrinking powers. And in one scene, he's having gay sex with another guy who I think's just a normal human. Like, I don't remember him having any powers to speak of. And, so he asked the other guy to, like, shrink down into, like, really small after snorting a line of coke. And he shrinks down really small and climbs up into the other guy's dick hole. But then the coke that's in his nose makes him have to sneeze. So he sneezes while inside the guy, like, way up inside the guy's dick hole, and regrows back to normal size and explodes the other guy. It explodes him. Just explodes him. And it's quite disturbing, because it's, you know, they show all of it. It's called a urethra? No, all the way up into his dick hole. It's a dick hole. I don't call it a urethra. And so, yeah, that was an experience from Season 3 of The Boys. And so when I saw they introduced another character with shrinking powers, just immediately, that was the face I made. And by the end of the episode, my fears were confirmed. By the end of the episode, my fears were confirmed valid. Yeah, they literally did the Ant-Man Thanos meme in the show. That was the joke. I watched The Boys with my mom. Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Why are you guys weird champing me? Like, this is one of the biggest shows there is. What are you talking about? There are more dick explosions in Gen V, but not from the shrinking girl. Thank God. I don't need to see anyone climb up inside of someone else's dick ever again, okay? I've seen it once. I can say I've seen it happen. I never need to see it happen again. Dude, I'm pretty sure Pornhub's not okay with you streaming, like, copyrighted TV show content. Did you hear about the Czech Minister of Defense threatening to pull out of the UN because people being mean to Israel or some dumb shit? No, I did not. No, I did not hear about that. God damn, this is some good weed. Doing a hit with Zan. That's what I like to see. I like it when you guys match me, so you guys know how stoned I am when I stream. Share? I wish. How cool would it be if I could just be like, here you go, guys. You guys just take a big ol' hit, and then it's like, there you go. Wipe off the tip a little bit. Take my hit. You know, a little bit of a puff pass with a chat. Here, if you've got your own vape, I want you to hit yours whenever here. Hit yours right now. Hit yours. Come on. You're doing it. You're doing it. Yeah. There you go. Now I can hit it. See? We just got stoned together. That's, that's how it works. Through the internet. It's real. It's possible. Yours would be... Yeah, like, all of my chatters, all 272 of you right now, just, like... completely empty it in one hit because it's all of you hitting it at once. Xander Hall passes you the vape. Do you accept? The answer is yes, but if you have never done it before, probably no. You probably shouldn't get into vaping. I mean, I guess vaping weed's fine. Like, weed's not really chemically addictive or anything, but, well, I mean, it is, but not in the way, not physical dependency in that way. Like, people say there's no addiction factor to weed, and that's completely untrue. Maybe for some people that's the case, but dude, when you take a tolerance break, it's unpleasant the entire time you are taking said tolerance break. Inhaling smoke is never not unhealthy, though. I think it's different. Well, it's vapor, not smoke, but I get what you mean. You mean, like, inhaling stuff that is not what you're supposed to inhale naturally is probably not good for you. But I think that there's been a pretty solid consensus established that vaping is quite substantially safer. Particularly as of late. Yeah, John Hopkins medicine. Vaping is less harmful than smoking, and this is the key part here, but it's still not safe. E-cigarettes heat nicotine extracted from tobacco, flavorings, and other chemicals to create an aerosol that you inhale. Regular tobacco cigarettes contain 7,000 chemicals, many of which are toxic. While we don't exactly know what chemicals are in e-cigarettes, well, we do. It depends on what e-cigarettes you get. That's the big iffy side of vapes. Is that unless you're getting, like, a big company that you can, that's very well known, that, you know what goes into it and what have you, there is quite a bit of uncertainty. If you buy, like, those Delta 8 vapes from a gas station, or you buy your vapes, like, some random brand that's, like, stocked 5 packages at, like, on the shelf of a gas station, yeah, you don't know what's going to be in that. You really can't guarantee your safety with that. Also, if you buy vape juices and you fill your own vapes themselves, you can also know what ingredients are in the vape juice. Yeah. It also, I'd say the biggest benefit of vaping over smoking, even if it was exactly the same or even a little worse than smoking, would be the big benefit is it doesn't affect other people. You're completely right. In multiple ways. For one, this doesn't affect your appearance all that much, really, other than, like, having the vape on you and people having opinions on that. It doesn't really yellow your teeth or your fingertips. It doesn't, like, fuck up your body in the same ways that smoking does, because it leaves that sort of ick on you, right? And it also doesn't smell. So, like, when you hit a vape, or anything like that. There's no lingering smell. Like, if someone was sitting on that bed and I hit my vape and, like, blew it around, they wouldn't be able to smell anything. It doesn't linger, because it just instantly dissipates, so it leaves no, like, damage to vehicles or homes or anything. And this goes well further when we're talking about weed vapes. It's just so much cleaner, more convenient, and you're not fucking people over with secondhand smoke. It's just better in a lot of ways. I've been dabbing solventless hash rosin. That's pretty strong sounding, to be honest. I wonder what, like, the world record most weed consumed is. World record weed. The craziest cannabis-related world records. No way. No way. This is from Bloomberg Originals. The Dangerous Way Smokers Get Pot's Strongest High from 9 years ago. Yo, this is them fear-mongering about dabs back in the day. Holy shit. When dabs first started to get popular.
It's a new twist on an old high.
This is a blowtorch.
This just gets it done very quickly.
And it's packing a heated punch.
Real clean, very pure. A lot of people are feeling that this is the new wave of cannabis these days.
Dab junkies, dab depot.
Dabbing uses a blowtorch to get a super
blowtorch.
concentrated hit of THC, tetrahydrocannabinol. That's the chemical in marijuana that makes people hot.
So along the sides here, you'll see all of our mothers.
Ian Sieb sells pot in Denver.
A joint is made up of flowers, which has anywhere from, say, 13 to the high 20% THC. The extract that we have here today is around 90% THC.
90%?
Yeah, it's great.
Yo! Fucking based.
As crack is to cocaine, dabbing is to pot.
What? That's the exact opposite case. That is in so many... The only similarity is that you use high heat for its consumption. It's the exact opposite. It's the exact opposite. Crack, from my understanding, is cheaper and shittier. The only similarity is blowtorch, I guess. And cocaine is like the pure, expensive stuff that would get you higher, right? God, I love mainstream news fear-mongering about weed. This is 10 years old, by the way. This is almost 10 years old.
Same drug, just made more potent through chemical engineering.
It's just a concentrate of cannabis.
To make the THC
I love that. They say, made more potent through high-tier engineering. It's just a concentrate of cannabis. We just kind of like flatten it after trying it out a little bit, and then we like get the goo out, and then we get the goo on some wax paper, filter it, get it clean, and you know, we maybe like distill it down a little bit with some heat. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, that's literally how you do it. What? They're trying to make it sound like it's a meth cooking operation. Jesus.
the extract inhaled in dabbing, marijuana flowers are rinsed with a solvent in a lab.
The butane goes into the tank.
Well, I guess
through
that's
the
a way
top,
to do it.
Washes over the...
You don't have to do all that, but that's the way I guess you would do it in large quantities.
The extraction, the material, it comes out of the bottom into the collector, which is right here.
What's left behind is a sticky, almost pure blob of THC called butane hash oil.
So this is the concentrate itself. What Jake will do is heat up the quartz nail until it's red hot. So once he gets it to that point, he'll put this dome on it, and the dome basically captures all of the smoke. That's a dab.
Recreational use of pot is now legal in Colorado and Washington State. And that
Yeah.
includes dabbing.
That's where I am. Has been for 10 years, baby. W. Now we just need to get, like, some Republican Supreme Court motherfucker, or honestly, just a federal judge, a Republican federal judge to throw out all of Washington's anti-gun legislation like they're doing in California right now, and we're set. Like, a bunch of California's gun bans and gun legislation just got completely shot down by one federal judge, because Second Amendment, just easy dub. And so, like, the mag limits, no longer a thing in California. I think the heavy limitations and conceal carrying, to the point where it was basically banned in California, now gone. I believe that the assault weapons ban in California, now gone as well. All one judge, one guy. All it takes is one judge just getting, like, the opportunity, and all these shitty gun bans in the state go away. Fuck mag limits. Oh my god, fuck mag limits, dude. You already spend too much time at the range as it is just loading rounds into magazines, okay? And the fact that, like, once you have a 10-round magazine limit, you effectively have a 6-round magazine limit, okay? That's because unless you're loading it for, like, this is gonna sit in my safe for a while until it needs to be used for home defense or as an extra magazine at the range, then, like, you're willing to load it all the way. Because if you've never loaded magazines before, you don't know. But if you have, then you know, and I don't need to elaborate. Mag limits, like, everyone is just going to turn in their mags. Lol, worst server update ever. Well, the thing is, with a lot of these things that pass, it's less so... Sometimes there are successfully passed bills that overnight turn legal gun owners into felons. Like, if a cop sees them with that and they have it, even though they bought it and owned it legally a couple years ago, they are now a felon, and they're going to prison, and they're going to be a felon. That's the type of bills that mostly Democrats want to pass, are the ones that implement bans that overnight make people criminals, even though the night before, without doing any wrong, they were not a criminal. These are the bills that Democrats try to push and Republicans hyper-focus on to gain the pro-gun support in America. Most bills, though, that are anti-gun actually grandfather in already owned firearms and firearm accessories. So here in Washington, our assault weapons ban actually grandfathered in all the assault weapons bought, sold, and owned prior to the ban going into place. So all the redneck weirdos up in the mountain all have their semi-auto AR-15s. And all their rifles and all their machine guns. Like, all the redneck Nazi hicks up in the mountains in the Cascades. And the bill passed right around the time where we saw a massive rise in left-leaning people who live in cities buying guns because of COVID. So there's a huge disproportionate, imbalance when it comes to the arming of the left-leaning city folk and the extremely crazy Nazi far-right mountain folk who live on the edge of the city. And I've been, like, out into the Cascades a couple times now, and it is, honestly, it competes with Florida. Like, when I went to Florida, I had a little game where, like, every drive we did, I'd count the Confederate flags, whether they were on vehicles, in front of restaurants, on big flagpoles, in people's yards, whatever it may be. You count the Confederate flags. If you're from Florida and you have ever driven through anything mildly rural, you know the game. You count the Confederate flags. They are everywhere. It's like counting shooting stars during a meteor shower, right? The Cascade Mountains outside of Seattle to the east genuinely give that part of Florida a run for its money. They lost, though, lol. Yes, they did. They love honoring their heritage of losing. It's usually a Confederate flag with a Trump, like a really tattered old Trump-Pence flag right above it.
The marijuana legalization movement's message has always been pot safe.
Right on top of the pot.
But as these striking videos show, amateurs have caused explosions while trying to make butane hash oil in home kitchens. And there have been reports of dabbers passing out.
Okay. This is because people are heating up non-Pyrex pans. Okay, there are two different types of glass Pyrex dish, okay? And you really have to make sure it's spelled the right way on the glass, or it will fucking explode, okay? Pyrex is meant to be borosilicate or quartz, like a very high heat-resistant glass you can cook in on a direct fire. You could do, like, lab work with it. It's what they use to make, like, the beakers that get put over a direct flame. That is the real Pyrex. There is fake Pyrex, though, that is spelled slightly differently, but is pronounced exactly the same and reads the same way, and it will fucking explode if you expose it to an open flame for too long. And that's what happened to those people in that video. They thought they had proper borosilicate or quartz Pyrex. They had the fake shit, and it exploded on them. I really hope that this advice ends up saving one of you guys one day. Do not cook with fake Pyrex. It's not even worth buying.
From intense highs. That has some worried about what it all means for the newly legal marijuana business.
Could it hurt the industry?
Definitely. I've heard people.
What would you consider fair gun restriction laws? Every single measure that makes it harder for somebody who would potentially do something bad with a gun to obtain it legally. Illegally obtained guns being used for crimes gives nothing to anti-gun lobbyists. Absolutely nothing. But if it is practically impossible for people who have severe mental health issues, who have a history of domestic violence or crime, who we need to like strengthen red flag laws. There needs to be longer waiting periods because cooldown times between like going to buy the gun and actually receiving it massively decrease risks. Like me and SDL talk about, there needs to be like laws that require the purchase of a gun safe and safe storage. I would honestly like there to be background checks, maybe not wait periods, but at least background checks behind ammo purchases. People say, well, you can reload rounds, and that's true, but most gun crime is done with cheap shit. It's done with, like, a cheap gun they bought, like a cheap little pistol they either got illegally, or in some cases bought legally, but usually they don't want to go through the process, so they don't go through the legal means. They just get a shitty cheap gun and they buy the ammo because they can. And if you have to go through a background check to get the ammo, and the ammo can be tracked, and people are still loading ammo, I just don't see a lot of criminals going out of their way to get loaded ammo. I think it would actually demonstrably help. My issue is when there is no way to jump through hoops, no matter how much of a good, well-behaved legal citizen you've been, to get certain guns. I honestly think it should be fine to own a fucking RPG if you're using it on if you're either using it for display or you're using it on your property where you've like designated it safe and everything, and it's like you have acres and acres of property. Something a lot of Europeans tend to forget, or a lot of non-Americans, I guess. I always say Europeans as like foreigners, but yeah, something a lot of non-Americans tend to forget, and I think Canadians can somewhat relate to this the most, is that, nah, you're insane. Okay, how much more damage is someone going to do with an RPG than like an AR-15? Let's be real here. Like, think about it for one moment, all right? Like, how logistically is someone going to do more damage with an RPG, something you can build yourself, by the way, quite easily? You can literally look it up right now and look up on YouTube, building a homemade RPG. It's like pipe and homemade rocket. It's that easy. It's something that's cool because gun owners like to have cool things that people recognize from movies that are fun to shoot. RPGs are one of those things, okay? Now, obviously, there's not a lot of political, oh, we need to ban RPGs, and people can own them. However, I'm talking more about the more popular guns, right? Like, the AR-15 is the most popular rifle in America. It is a civilian version of, I believe, the M4. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's a semi-automatic civilian, like, remodeling, or I guess you would say, what's the word for it? Production model of the M4. M4 as of current. Yes, it's the M4. Yeah. So the M4, like, naturally, it's a military rifle. It's a machine gun. It shoots fully auto. It's a weapon that our military uses, right? The AR-15 is like the scaled back, legally confined and sort of loopholed, not loopholed, but like legally accommodating version of it. And it became very, very popular. AK is better. I haven't shot an AK before. I'll tell you once I have whether I like the AR or the AK. I really want to shoot an M4. Guys, one day I'm going to go to Vegas, and I'm going to go to one of those massive shooting ranges, and I'm going to spend an ungodly amount of money shooting every single fucking gun they have. Because Vegas is where you can shoot machine guns. Vegas is where you can go and you can shoot an AK, you can shoot a SAW, you can shoot mounted machine guns in Vegas, you can shoot... I'm pretty sure you can drive and shoot a tank in Vegas if you go to the right place. Like, it's the place to go.
People call it marijuana, making an analogy to, you know, cooking heroin and stuff like that. We absolutely don't need that. We're in the process of taking an industry from the black market to the fully legalized and regulated market. Let's do it responsibly. Let's do it carefully.
Some people are kind of put off by this. It's scary looking. Does that hurt the industry overall at all?
I think that the naysayers and people who are opposed to marijuana like to use this as ammunition.
This is no scarier looking than normal weed smoking. The least scary form of smoking weed is this, and then you would go up to, like, flour, because then you've got, like, your grinder out, and you've got, like, scissors, and you're trimming off leaf from your flour if it's bad stuff, and you gotta, like, roll it, and it makes a mess, and it leaves smell. I'd say, like, that, like, this isn't all that much, like, scarier. This hasn't really aged much. She's white girl scared? True.
And they like to say there's blowtorches and there's fire and there's danger, but marijuana has never killed anybody.
Does it taste as good as it looks?
True.
The dabbing oil is more expensive than pot flowers. A gram of oil costs $50.
I hope I end up being the first ever weed overdose. That'd be an awesome way to die. Like, one day I just decide I'm going to vape an entire cart in 1 hour, and I just die of weed overdose. That'd go hard as fuck. Yeah. That would be a grand endorsement of that weed as well. People would flock to get that shit. No, Zan, it's gotta be me. Okay. Salty Internet Pirate, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. Hot damn, that is so kind of you. I'm gonna assume it's a 1-monther, but correct me if I am wrong. Thank you so much for the $20. That's so kind of you. Said Peepo Riot. Peepo Riot. We love Peepo rioting in here. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Very based and kind of you. Said, I will make my highest donation I've ever done for the build contest prize. If you announce the build contest is sponsored by Pepper T21, follow her on Blue Sky when it's happening. Sure. I mean, I was just going to pay for it out of pocket, but that works for me, I suppose. If you want to sponsor it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Orther's Dork, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Cran Collector. I really appreciate that. Thank you so, so much. I really appreciate the $5 Adinos. Wax costs less than flour where you live? Damn. Zan, Pinky promised me you will get naked on stream before you weed overdose. I can't make that promise, okay? At 1 million subs, I will make an OnlyFans, okay? Get me to 1 million subs and I'll make an OnlyFans. I'll do it. We're almost 10% of the way there, guys. Do it for the clout? Well, you do it once you have clout, and then it's special that you're making an OnlyFans. Closer to Christmas, Pepper T21. You can hold on to that for a while. Check in Discord. Cool, cool. I have no idea what that is, Tier Star. Actually, reminder everybody, if you're watching right now, consider dropping a like on the stream. It's completely free and it really does go a long way. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe and ring the bell icon. It really helps a lot. And if you don't ring that bell icon, YouTube pretty much considers you unsubscribed. So it's nice to do that. Still under 100k subs? Yes, we are currently still under 100k, but we're getting there. We're at 91,360 last I checked. Let me grab my phone really fast. It's at 9%, guys. It's enough to get my lights switched. I return, everybody. Oh yeah, by the way, if you've noticed that I don't have pillowcases or blanket on my bed, I'm currently running my laundry. So in a little bit, I may get up and go do a little bit of laundry, just a little bit of AFK, but I might just save it for after stream. Today's laundry day. Zan's a Twitter zombie? Yes, I've come back from the dead. Oh yeah, guys, I got unbanned on Twitter. I assume you guys noticed that from the title, but it's happened. A Pillow, actually, is the one who's responsible for this, if I, am to give anyone credit. A Pillow messaged me saying, hey Zan, a bunch of people are getting unbanned off Twitter right now. You should try sending another request to get unbanned. I'd already sent a bunch, so I just sent one in that said I was banned for my political views. And, the next morning, I was unbanned. And I had to wait 12 hours to get my account unlocked, but we back. I don't really like being on Twitter or having, responses from people on Twitter half the time, but it is nice to be able to DM back and forth to people that I couldn't before when I got banned. Yeah, that was an A Pillow W. Yeah, my last post had been months ago. Twitter was Twitter last time I was on it. When I was banned, Twitter was Twitter when I got banned. The whole X thing happened after my banning. A week later. Makes you think. I hate when these vapes get, not clogged. That's not really the word for it, but, stuck. And you have to, hit it really hard, and then you hear, a pop or feel a pop. And it hits normally again. So many donos from you kind folks. One moment, chat. Let me adjust the lights. Oh good, my phone is starting. I don't wanna... What? Skip that. Okay, cool. Can I open the app now? Excellent. Alright. Now we turn all of them off. It's gonna be dark in here now. Woo! Spooky! Is my Dead Space game fucked? I don't think so. I think it's salvageable, Delancer. We'll do more Dead Space soon. So, basically, yeah, this one... My fourth light, I can't find. I don't know if it's plugged in somewhere, but when I turn it on, no light turns on, so I don't think so. I think I've never unpacked it. Now, what I do is I set it to RGB mode. There's a way to do that, right? Multi-control. How did I forget to use this app? There's one of the lights. But how do I get it to go through the RGB cycle? Mode, there we go. Full color fade. There we go, and it slowly lights up as it goes. And what I do is I turn on the first one. And then I wait for it to go pink. Once this turns pink, yep, right now, then I turn on the second one. And now you can see that one's on and it's turned red. This is how I achieve the color thing that I get going, so that it doesn't all end up the same color all at once. And now once that one turns pink, now this one's turned purple, this one will turn pink, like it has now, and I turn on this one. There we go. And it slowly gets bright. Cool. Nice. We're no longer in hell, guys. We now have our cool lighting back. I'm so sorry. I have to play more Hearts of Iron 4 to understand IRL politics, so I can only listen. That'll get you there. That'll get you there. You'll understand once you played enough. Zan, low-key, looking kind of hot, no homo. That's pretty homo, to be honest, Kamina Sethna. It's pretty gay. It's a little gay. It's a little gay, I'm gonna be honest. It's at least a little. Certainly not no homo. It's a little. Maybe a little. Hope y'all are having a nice day, and yeah, Zan is hot TBF. Aw, thank you guys, I appreciate it. Are you hydrated, Zan? I'd say I'm pretty hydrated. Let me take a nice big sippy, just to make sure. You know what? I wish in real life we had, like, meters for our hunger and our thirst. Particularly for thirst, so you can see how, like, hydrated or dehydrated you are. Because you can't really tell how dehydrated you are easily. It's not like an easy thing to just tell. Unless you feel like garbage, in which case you're probably dehydrated. The first and best thing you can ever do if you feel like crap is drink a lot of water. Just immediately chug some water, you'll probably feel better. Half the time, it fixes whatever issue I have. Like, if I have a headache, chug some water, I feel better. If my back hurts, chug some water, I feel better. My chest hurts, chug some water, I feel better. That would help my autistic ass a lot. Yeah, a lot of people in chat who are autistic and have ADHD say they need a thirst meter. Yeah, true. Glitchy X6, thank you for the tier... Oh, sorry about that. Tier 3 sub, I really appreciate it. I'm going to assume that's a $20 one right there, but let me know if I'm wrong, and that was a 3-monther. Thank you so much. Says smoke pan every day. I don't know what you mean by that, but okay, thank you. I guess smoking pans. The Sayer of the Law, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that too. Thank you so much. Says I personally prefer blunts and bowls over vapes because I paid way too much for a Zippo, and I'm going to use it. Well, if that's your justification, I suppose it's your justification. 3 months, my dude? Oh, it was a 3-monther. Thank you so much, Glitchy X6. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That is actually a $48 gift sub. Or sub for yourself. Holy crap. So that is 18 extra dollars on there. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That really does mean a lot. Or actually, no, my math is bad. That is 28. So an extra 10 on top of that. God damn. Hey, my math may be bad, but at least I remembered, and like it caught up to me, and I remembered. Hold on a minute. That's not right. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. That is so kind of you. Happy to contribute. I really do appreciate it, Glitchy. If you're actually dehydrated, don't chug. You gotta ease into it. I mean, like, I'm not talking about you're dying dehydrated. I mean, like, holy fuck, you should probably... You haven't drank enough water today. You should probably drink more water dehydrated. Oh, it's an old drunken peasant's slogan. I didn't know that. Why is it bad to drink it fast? It'll go right through you. Have you ever drank water, like you're chugging water, and you just instantly feel yourself having to pee with each, like, swallow of water? Like each chug, you feel your bladder filling up, right? That is why you don't want to drink too quickly, because you'll literally not get hydrated and it'll go straight through you. So if you are dehydrated, and you get nauseous. So if you are dehydrated, you just want to kind of ease into it. Drinking more water also makes food more filling, Xanderhall. It helps with overeating issues. That is true, yeah. Yeah, one of the biggest things, like, if you find that you eat too much... Okay, most people who are overweight, most of them are overweight not because they eat too many calories, but because they eat almost too many calories, and then they drink a lot of calories, and that puts them over the limit, and they maintain that. And it puts on a lot of weight. Or even worse, they fast a lot. Like, they do daily fasts where they eat once a day, and when they do, it's a lot of fucking food, and it's high calorie, like, very, like high fructose corn syrup rich food and drinks. When you do that, you go from, like, eating and gorging yourself to sending your body into fasting mode, where it thinks that you're going to starve and you need to, like, hibernate, essentially, and then it starts turning what you're eating only into fat, because fat is the best way to store calories for future use for survival. And so when you do that and you just eat one big unhealthy meal a day and then you fast the whole rest of the day, that's genuinely worse than eating frequent bad meals throughout the day, because your body is actually less prone for your metabolism to burn it off. On top of that, most people, especially if they drink alcohol, especially if they drink beer, most people's excess weight is coming from liquor, and mostly beer and soda. It is way harder to overeat than it is to overdrink. Eating calories, getting a lot of calories in your stomach, like, from solid food is hard. It really is. Like, unless you've got a shit-fucked metabolism that just won't let you get anywhere, it is really hard to overeat calories. For the average person who has an average metabolism, at least. Or even, like, a bit below average, right? It is really hard. You generally have to throw in quite a bit of calories in the form of liquid as well. And one of the biggest things that makes people gain weight in that way is they eat really fast, which makes their meals bigger. You can trick your stomach into thinking it can handle more than is what's really satisfying to you, right? It's one of the there are certain foods that get you with this, right? Like pizza. Pizza's made by the fucking devil. As good as it is, when that shit arrives hot and ready from a restaurant, and you start garbling that shit down, and, like, eventually you start feeling way too full, but you keep eating it because the smell and the heat, and you want to eat it while it's hot and everything, you push yourself beyond being comfortably full at that point when you eat like that. And if you eat quickly, I know that I eat quickly, and so sometimes I fall into this issue, you eat faster than your stomach can catch up. Faster than you can set off the biological triggers in your stomach that let your brain know to stop making you feel hungry and to make you feel full or even stuffed. And so a big part of it is eating slower and drinking more water instead of other, like, different things, right? Like soda or liquor, right? Like, take breaks while you're eating to take nice long sips of water, and you will find yourself getting full faster, and you will find yourself generally just intaking far less calories, and eat smaller meals throughout the day where you're just constantly keeping yourself, like, not hungry. I know this sounds counterintuitive to dieting, but I promise you it's the way to trigger your body into burning fat like crazy, is to consistently eat throughout the day. Eat like a hobbit. Unironically, you will lose weight. Eat like a hobbit. Obviously, eat healthier, but eat like a hobbit. Eat several meals a day. Have, like, breakfast, second breakfast, 11sies, afternoon tea, lunch, like, fucking dinner, supper. Like, have so many meals and whatnot throughout the day. And eat smaller meals, but keep yourself relatively full. Never go into, like, I'm hungry, I'm peckish mode. Just keep yourself relatively full and satisfied as far as eating. Never let yourself get hungry, and you won't binge. You won't, like, end up craving unhealthier food. And your body will never get put into fasting mode where you start, you know, dedicating calories to fat. Very bad advice, Zan. Constantly spiking your insulin is how you get diabetes. Do you think I'm talking about eating, like, junk food? That is absolutely not what I'm saying there. Don't snack, you only eat when you feel hungry. Okay. Eat several meals throughout the day and keep yourself full means eating when you're hungry. Keep yourself satisfied full means eating when you're hungry. But eat healthier foods. I promise you, if you don't let yourself get hungry, like seriously hungry, you will not crave unhealthy food. And you won't get into such a panic that you resort to fast food. And I swear to God, you will lose weight. Bro said have a second breakfast if you're hungry, not have a bowl of chocolate. Exactly. You should add that cooked food is also more filling. Yeah, if you cook your own food, you're going to feel more... Also, cooking your own food. If you can force yourself to stand on your feet and exert some amount of energy when you make your food, as much as it is a pain in the ass, you're going to be burning calories while making your food. I lost 45 pounds in 1 year on my healthy diet and an hour walk a day. Oh, there's so many other things you can throw in to help. Oh my God, there is. But literally every single bodybuilder, weightlifter, and person at the gym who physically looks like they know what they're talking about will tell you weight loss really happens in the kitchen, not at the gym. Weight loss really happens in the kitchen. Ever since I started cooking more meals, literally everything tastes too damn salty. Oh yeah, the salt in fast food's killing us all. We'll probably all die very young deaths if we don't stop eating fast food. If you just keep on, like, I fucking hate myself every time I order DoorDash or whatever. But sometimes you do it anyway, and it's because I honestly think Gen Z, and this generation in particular, has basically sort of grown into that being the norm, right? Like, if you're at home and you want to get fast food, you don't get in your car and go drive there. You order it on DoorDash. But it's so much more expensive, and it's such a waste of money. And you're feeding awful corporations. God, I genuinely hate, like, Uber Eats, DoorDash, Grubhub, Postmates. All these companies deserve to crash and burn. The way they treat their workers, the fact that, like, I don't know if you guys know this, but you know that your tip, like the tip line when you order food to get delivered to you, isn't a tip, right? That's not what it is. Every delivery driver gets paid $3 per delivery for, say, DoorDash. I know for DoorDash, it's $3 per delivery. Your tip is not a tip. Your tip is actually a bid for service. Whatever you put into the tipping line, while it's not set, because you tip before you even, like, buy the food, like, while you're buying the food, you have to tip, they can tell, based on what you bought, what the order is, and how much money the total order is, how much you tipped. They can, you know, with their head, do the basic math and figure out a ballpark of how much you tipped. That is not really a tip, but a bid for service. If you do not tip in the app, you are unlikely to even get your order picked up. I give cash tips, that's good, but if you do not tip in the app, you are unlikely to get your food even picked up because they pay $3 for every delivery, and the rest of their paid is all in tips, which they call it for legal reasons, I'm sure. In reality, you've bought your food, and now you've got to pay extra for a delivery fee, and then extra to bid for your service to get it delivered. It is the biggest fucking waste of money ever, and that entire industry needs to crumble. This is why I'd rather go pick it up from the restaurant directly. Well, it's easy to say that if you own a car, Fresh Papusa, but, like, I don't own a car. It's a more than 1 mile walk to the nearest, like, fast food joint, right? So, like, it's going to be at least a 2 mile walk just to get food back and forth from my house if I walk, right? And it's expensive to get, you know, driven by Uber. I don't own a car, I'm just willing to walk. Sure, bike? You can bike, but if you live in the city, like I do, then you have a good chance of getting it stolen. You can lock it up, but people break bike locks all the time. Yeah, we got that cucked American city planning. How cool would it be if, like in Europe, I was in, like, an apartment or whatever, or, like, a townhouse that, like, right downstairs or across the street, there were the shops, as the Brit-bongers call them, right? Like, literally right across the street would be like a little bodega shop or whatever. And that's where you would go get your groceries. Holy fuck. But can't own guns? I know. The world is, like, as unfair as it can possibly be right now. Either have good city planning or no guns. And fuck, you know? Like... Meanwhile, in France and the Netherlands, you can just get a bike from wherever on the street. Is that true? You can just pick up a bike off the street? Oh man, I just stayed in Paris. It was amazing. We had a grocery store literally 2 minutes away. That is... God, that is so nice. That's stealing? I guess they don't have the concept of stealing in Europe. Yeah, Chipsy, but I know for a fact they're not the fun guns. It's like, I bet you can have hunting rifles and shotguns, but if I wanted to get, like, an auto-loading Glock handgun or a semi-automatic rifle, it'd be a no-no. Hey, Apillo. I didn't see your stream announcement. What's up, Zan? Hey, Apillo, what's going on? Good to see you. You can own an AR? Where do you live, Chipsy? That's cool. Chechnya? I think you might have typoed the name, because I don't think there are any brackets in the name of countries. But you're Czech. I know you're Czech. Yeah, you're from Chechnya, yeah. Czech Republic. Cool. I always love hearing that, like, there are people watching my stream. Smart-ass Zan, yeah. I always love hearing that there are people watching my stream from all over the world, but just know that when you're watching my stream, you're in America, okay? And my stream chat is America. You need to know that. When you type in my chat, you are in America. Xanderhall, by the way, check DMs. I sent you an invite to Keffel's call-in server. Is Keffel's doing call-ins right now? I mean, I guess I can join. I'm not going to do it right now, because I don't want to have to go through the whole, like... turning off notifications for a new Discord server and sorting it into my folders and everything, but okay. Cool. In Switzerland, they have pretty lax gun laws too. Okay, there was this guy. Okay, so here's one of the big reasons why I think that a lot of anti-gun legislation... You know what? We'll turn this into a segment. Fuck it. Little gun segment. Does Vice copyright takedown really hardcore? Am I able to play Vice videos without getting cucked? Unmute. Oh, okay. Hold on. / unmute Ben for the potato. There we go. You should be free, Ben for the potato. The auto mod gotcha. Spam too many emotes. Finland has a lot of guns? Cool. Speaking of Keffels, I just made some tasty noodles. She joins calls during her streams towards the end. You pretty much join when she's done with segments and in call. Okay, I'll hop in. So it's whenever she's done with segments, you want to hop in. All right, cool. Cave Kyla, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Very kind of you. Very base. Didn't say anything, but regardless, I appreciate it. And Arthur's Dork, thank you for the $5 donation. Very based and kind of you as well. Says protein, water, and carbs always help when you're not feeling well or don't want to eat much. The protein helps you feel full, the water hydrates you, and the carbs give you energy. Take care, chat. Heart. Everything that Arthur's Dork just said there is true and is very accurate. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the support. let me update the dono goal, and then we're going to do a little impromptu segment here on guns. Should I get my gun for this segment? I could take it apart to demonstrate the point that's actually being made in this segment. Yeah, I probably should. I probably should just have it on hand, because I'm going to take it apart almost certainly to demonstrate a point related to this segment. You guys are getting to see this. There we go. The perfect amount of space on my desk for it to sit. Alright, cool. I now have a loaded gun on my desk. We're maximum safe, maximum comfy. Okay, as I was asking before, is it safe to play Vice videos on stream, or will I get cucked? Because if I could, being able to play the Vice video would be ideal. See? They don't copyright cuck? Because It was either Vice or... What was the... Is it, what's the other big journalist outlet that's, like, big on YouTube? Not... Is it Wired? I forget. I don't know if Vice is safe to react to on YouTube. Yes, you will get cucked? Okay. Just to play it safe, then. We're gonna put on a different video about this. I'm pretty sure this is like a right-wing channel, but it's not really a video that pushes any right-wing values other than being pro-gun, to be honest. So I don't really have much of an issue with it on its own. And a little bit of background, the guy who they interviewed in this video with the mask was fucking slaughtered in a police raid on his home, like about a year after this documentary came out. It wasn't too long ago. It wasn't too long after the documentary came out, and it wasn't too long ago. The guy, the country, like the police came, they raided his house because they found out where he was from. He ended up getting doxxed somehow from the video, and they came to his house. He fought back because they were coming there to forcibly take his guns. He's some kind of European, I don't know where, and they shot him up. No, it's not Vice. No, it's Popular Front. It's some cringy, LARPy right-wing shit, for sure. I don't know them by name, but I can just tell Popular Front is cringy, LARPy right-wing shit. I can just tell. I don't need to look further into it than that. Anyway. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody, so we are once again doing a gun segment, one of my favorite types of videos to do here, so you can tell that I'm already excited. You see, there's been a lot of talk about how dangerous guns are here in America, and how much death they're causing, how much crime they're being used to commit, and there's a lot of misinformation that gets thrown around. I hate to say this because 99.9% of the time this is not the case, but there's been a lot of misinformation thrown around on both sides in regards to the issues around guns. One of the bits of misinformation is the idea that America can be disarmed. Something that needs to be understood fundamentally is that the amount of guns in this country outnumbers the amount of people by an insane amount of factors. I think it's like 7 guns per person? Anyone in chat? Anybody in chat know the exact statistic? I think it's 7 guns per person. I may be wrong. It might be 4. Yeah, it's 7. Are you guys sure? Okay. That's the one that I have memorized, but I sometimes fuck up when it comes to numbers committed to memory, so I don't want to... It's well over 1 gun per person in this country. Now, obviously, not every single person has a gun. That's not what I'm arguing. My point is, population-wise, the guns outnumber people by a lot. And a lot of the people in this country own those guns, and they own more than one. People who own 1 gun are statistically very likely to own more than 1. Now, that's not even accounting for the amount of, illegal, non-tracked, non-accounted for guns out there. And that's also not to account for ghost guns. That's what we're talking about today, ghost guns, which 99.9% of the time when you hear the media or anybody talking about ghost guns, they're talking about 3D printed guns. And that's what we're going to be talking about here today, because it is a very important thing to consider when we talk about gun legislation, is the existence of 3D printed guns. Now, I have right here my Glock 19, which, really quickly, I'm going to unload it, which I have here, and if you look at it, you can notice it is mostly plastic. All this right here, this is all plastic. This is just plastic. As a matter of fact, if I take it apart, which you do by, I'm going to clear it again, and you have to dry fire it, and then you have to pull the slide back, take these two tabs, pull the tabs back. I know it's polymer, but it's effectively plastic. And then you let it forward, and it slides right off. There you go. You've got a mainly disassembled Glock. This part here, and besides a few metal bits, look at this. Look how much plastic this is. Look how simple the functionality here is. This is nothing. This is nothing. Can you imagine how easily this half of the gun can be 3D printed? It's not all that complex. It really isn't. Now, let's look at the other half. This is the slide. This is the upper. It really just comes down to three fundamental parts at the end of the day. A big old spring and guiding rod that I just dropped on my lap. Here it is. This basically makes the gun bouncy, controls the recoil, the slide bounce, going back and forth, all that good stuff. You've got your barrel. Here's the barrel. You can see the little spirals. See, there's like little grooves that kind of spiral down the barrel. You can see how it's shaped. Here's the chamber. The round would load into here, this way. It would be facing up this way. And then finally, you've got the slide. There you go. It's basically just that. A blacksmith can make these metal parts. These are metal after all. You can hear this is metal. These parts are metal. This is a metal spring and a piece of like hard metal in the middle. And this is a few pieces of metal and plastic. And I don't even need to get into the magazine. Like, the magazine itself is plastic and a spring. It is all quite simple. I'm going to go ahead and put it back together. Okay. Sure it's on there right. Don't need to do it fast, just got to do it right. Very good. Okay. So, assembled. And now it's time to get into why we're talking about this. Why did I point out how much of the gun is plastic? The reason for that, specifically, is 3D printed guns. And the fact that a lot of people seem to have this thought in their mind that, like, 3D printed guns are just all plastic. That's obviously not the case. You can't make a completely plastic functioning firearm that has any level of longevity. But you will be surprised to find that, considering so much of a gun is already plastic, you can make surprisingly rugged, effective, reliable, and deadly firearms at home with the help, hell, you just need the metal spare parts from one of these, if you can find them, or a blacksmith could make them. That's how it used to be done back in the day. Someone with a hammer and an anvil and a wood forge would just make them. And it's pretty simple metal parts. And the rest of it, well, that just comes down to pieces of plastic. No hydraulic pipe. I mean, you could do it with all sorts of stuff, but like a blacksmith could do it. Now, here's the thing, though. This is a video put out by what is probably a right-wing channel, based on the name Popular Front, where they interviewed a guy in Europe who 3D prints guns and has an arsenal of illegal weaponry. He keeps his identity anonymous in this, but about a year after this came out, fairly recently, he was killed in a police raid on his home. So the guy we're about to see interviewed here is literally dead. The police came and they killed him trying to take his guns away. And when he says stuff like, I'll fight to defend my firearm rights, you know he's not LARPing. He's not, like, shit-talking. He meant it, because they came, he fought, and he died for his right to have his guns. So, I mean, now he had a heart attack. Okay, let's watch the video. He had a heart attack in the police car.
Blueprints for 3D printed AR-15 semi-automatic rifles have been downloaded more than 2,500 times.
Ghost guns and the technology needed to make them, a 3D printer and access to the internet.
Anybody could purchase one of these on the internet. This is not regulated.
These guns require no background checks. They're undetectable. They're untraceable.
I mean, once it's out there, it's out there, isn't it?
The gun is easy to make in Europe. Fuck this dystopia. We are fucking gun control.
Shinzo Abe was assassinated with one of these? No, he wasn't. No, well, it was a ghost gun, but it wasn't a 3D printed gun. I don't believe any 3D printing went into the gun that was used to kill Shinzo Abe. From what I remember, it was literally a double barrel from Rust. It was a double barrel from Rust. Like, unironically, the Rust double barrel is what he used. Here, let me find it. Rust double barrel. Imagine the gun that was used right now, and now you're about to see what I'm talking about. It's the same one. It was 3D printed? He used zip ties, wood, and, like, pipes. I don't think it was 3D printed, but, I mean, if it says in the news story that it was, then I guess. I just remember seeing pictures of it and seeing nothing 3D printed to it. Maybe, like, small pieces that are barely noticeable, but I saw zip ties, wood, pipes. Yeah, no, and a ton more people in chat are saying it wasn't 3D printed. It was a battery gun? Yeah. It was very simple, like, set off a little spark, causes an ignition, sends the projectile. Alright, we don't need to see the montage.
He gets sent to prison for a very long time. I've spoken to him about this, he's aware of the risks, and he's agreed to meet with us anyway. So hopefully he's going to explain to us why he's 3D printing his own guns, and to tell us about the network he's a part of that is helping him do this. The network is called Deterrence Dispensed. They're global, all over the world, and basically their main aim is to make it impossible for authorities anywhere to stop people having a gun.
Little piece of advice, everybody, if you get into shooting, if you ever drop a round, whether it be on the ground indoors or outdoors, inspect that motherfucker, clean it off, and make sure there's nothing wrong with it, no weird pieces of hair or, like, gunk on it. It didn't get dented in any bad ways, because if you get a fucked up round, it can end badly for you, okay? Can end badly for you. So just always check after you drop one.
This is Deterrence Dispensed. They're a decentralized 3D printed gun network. Their gun designs are freely available online and have been downloaded hundreds of thousands of times according to their spokesman.
You can't like control the dissemination of digital files that allow somebody to 3D print pieces of plastic that when assembled create a gun. Like, obviously you still need the metal parts, but still. Right? Like, you can't legislate this. You can't prevent this. The only thing you can really do to, like, prevent people who have these guns from, like, being able to use them, I guess, would really be limiting sales and putting background checks behind sales of ammo. But it's already legal to buy ammo, you know? So you can't guarantee what gun that ammo is going to unless it's specifically ammo for a gun that's like, why are you buying ammo for this gun? That's like, you know, do you own an AK-47? No. I've got a different gun that uses this round.
Deterrence Dispensed has been incorrectly characterized online as either a far-right organization or a political anarchist group. They're neither. In fact, they don't have any specific ideology other than unconditional free speech and the absolute freedom for anyone to own a firearm. Deterrence Dispensed are brazenly spreading these ideas and their downloadable gun instructions all over the world. There are thousands in their community, mostly based in America, where 3D printed guns are legal. However,
it is legal to 3D print guns here. The thing is, you have to get them registered. You have to have them, like, they have to have a serial number. They have to be, like, tracked and everything. I don't believe you're just allowed to make a gun and boom, you have it, you got your gun. I don't think that's allowed, is it? Last I heard, you have to get homemade guns registered. They got to get a serial number. They've got to be legally compliant, but you're allowed to make them. Print them and don't install the firing pin. Technically, that would make it not a firearm, I believe. Actually, no, I think there are legal classifications that make just the upper and even just the lower a gun. I know that, yeah, it depends on the state.
These guns have spread to Western Europe. 3D printed semi-automatic rifles that take 9mm rounds. They're robust, they don't blow up in your hands, and they're untraceable. They can be made in someone's bedroom. At Popular Front, we managed to get access to the founder of Deterrence Dispensed, a man known as Jay Stark. He lives and operates in Europe. Jay Stark agreed to meet us on the condition that we protect his identity and exact location.
Like, you can just see, like, how... You can see in the lines in the plastic, like, how much of this is just 3D printed plastic. And people have, like, tested these guns, by the way. You'd think these are going to blow up in your face after, like, 5 shots or whatever. But people have put, like, thousands of rounds to these things, and they're just as ready to go afterwards as any other gun. Like, you don't want a full auto too long with them, because I imagine they could probably get too hot and you could see some meltage, but it's really surprising how durable these things are.
Exact location.
That is true. Receivers are a regulated part. That's one of the parts of these things that you're going to have to find a way to source. And that's the big, like, trial that these people who 3D print guns and want to use them for illegal shit and have them illegally face, is one of the most fundamental parts, being so difficult to get your hands on.
Now it is, isn't it?
Which parts are plastic 3D printed and which parts are metal?
Printed. That's basically what you see from this side.
So about 80% of it is 3D printed?
You could say that, yeah. About 80%, yeah.
So firstly, explain to us why you're doing this. Why are you 3D printing untraceable firearms?
I'm of the opinion that to bear firearms is a human right. The government doesn't...
He loads his own ammo, too. See that? It's an ammo loading station. He loads his own ammo.
Right. The government or the entity that has the rule over you has an executive force, the police, the military, they have firearms. To be able to escape that injustice, they need to have the same force on an individual level as the executive force of the government entity that is ruling over them. So this is my ideological reasoning. And then a different reason why I am risking everything to be able to own and bear firearms is because I am...
This guy's dead, by the way. Like, this guy died in a police raid on his home. So, yeah, he died for his right to own firearms.
Extremely enthusiastic about them. They are a hobby of mine. I'm extremely interested about its history, the technology, and there are certain circumstances in my life which are unfortunate and which make living kind of painful. And sometimes I do not have anything to look forward to. Most people usually have something that...
By the way, if you think that, like, this is a European who, like, went down fighting when the cops came to take his illegally 3D printed guns. Could you imagine if, like, unironically, the European, like, Australian, all the like non-Americans that fantasize about America having, like, Americans having their guns taken away, like actually taken away, if their dreams somehow came true, how many Americans would literally kill to protect their ability to keep their guns? Like, the amount of blood that would be in the streets if, like, the government actually tried to do a whole, like, we're going door to door searching houses and taking people's guns type thing. It would be fucking insane. We don't care, Xanderhall. It's your fucking problem. No, whenever obviously you're based minimum volts, but when Australians, British people, and, like, people from a lot of European countries that have, like, no guns, the people who are from countries where they've never seen a gun in real life, they've never shot one, they've never seen one, even in the display case of a store. Those countries that never had guns really to start with, so they never really had much of a culture of guns, and so it's just a completely different setup. They don't understand why America can't be that way, and they scream at you and insult you just for owning a gun. The amount of European fans I get hate commenting on my videos because I own a gun is insane. I get hate comments from tons of fans for owning a gun, and it's always something along the lines of, like, ooh, you're so tough, Xanderhall, for owning a gun. Ooh, you're such a macho man. It's like, when did I say that I was? I like guns. I like them. They're fun. I like shooting them. Marksmanship is fun, and I think that learning about them in a country that has so many of them is important. Like, they project so much negative shit onto you just for owning one, no matter how safe and, like, sincere and reasonable I am about the policy and use of them. Like, they genuinely think less of you for not being willing to take part in their fantasy of a completely disarmed America. Because a lot of them genuinely, well, it's not that I'm too based for them. A lot of them see, like, America as a place where, like, every single day, hundreds of children are getting, like, slaughtered in the streets and in schools and mass shootings, and, like, Americans are just like, no, I'm not willing to solve this problem because I want to have my pew, pew, pew. And they see guns as scary and foreign, and they don't see any, like, value in them outside of, like, a macho man fantasy or using them for crime or to hurt people. So the culture is so disconnected from guns. A lot of, like, the people who comment that stuff, you can tell, just don't recognize how you could get fun or enjoyment out of them outside of, I guess, using them for crime or trying to fulfill some kind of fantasy, right? Like, they've never gone to the range and shot one and then realized, oh, this is actually really fun. And that tends to be how it goes, right? Like, my mom, for example, saw guns as, like, the trashiest, like, scariest, awful thing ever. Took her to the range, shot 3 rounds, and she was smiling and laughing, and that night she was on the online researching what gun she wanted to get. And, yeah, just a lot of it is just getting the experience of firing a gun for the first time and being like, oh, it's actually fun. I get it, you know? Also wish Zan would stop calling Popular Front right-wing when Jake Hanaran is one of the biggest lefty independent journalists out there. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, apparently Popular Front is not right-wing by any means. Okay. Sorry, when I see something like Popular Front, that sounds very conservative, like right-wing, maybe even Nazi shit to me, but okay. Thank you for telling me that. I didn't know. That's good to hear. Yeah, they're giga leftists? Oh, okay, based. All right, based Popular Front then. I had no fucking idea. I'd seen this video before and just assumed that I was watching some Nazi channel and felt guilty about it. Like, unironically, like, when I watched it for the first time, I didn't know this was, like, a lefty journalism channel. Okay, cool, based. All right. Slander? Yeah, I accidentally did slander. Dude, I will say, though, one of my least favorite things about the internet and being a content creator is God help you if you publicly were misinformed and you repeat what you were misinformed about. Best case scenario, you just look dumb and people make fun of you for looking dumb. That's fine. That's the best case scenario, and I don't mind that so much. The worst case scenario is when people assume you knew the truth and are lying and trying to make people look bad or do some sort of, like, shit talking. That's always the fucking worst. Yeah, and worst case, they never shut up about it too, yeah. Anyway, back to it.
That they cannot risk stuff for. But with me, I have nothing to lose. So that's why it is fairly easy for me to risk everything and to be able to accept the risk to die at any time, basically.
So you just said then, like, you know, you're willing to die for this. Like, really? Like, if the police come in here now, they raided you, you got caught somehow, like, what, you're gonna fight them or what?
Basically, yes. Live free or die. These are not empty words.
Maybe explain to us how you got into 3D printed guns. Like, what you're doing is very technical. There's a long history of 3D printed guns, like in America, for example. We're not in America. How did this all start for you?
So as you probably might know, a 3D printed pistol was shown to the world in 2013 by an entity called Deterrence Dispensed.
It has advanced a lot.
That was founded by Cody Wilson, an American from Texas who was studying for a law degree. I saw this and I was intrigued. I was living in a country, I'm still living in a country where it's even impossible for you to acquire firearms. And so if I cannot buy it through legal or illegal way, I need to build it myself. And so
Chat, I assume because he died and that's all public and everything, does anybody know where he was from and what his name was? I'm more curious about what country he was from and what country he's referring to. It sounds Nordic. Belgium. Belgium, I think. Talks the dead man. Germany? Belgium? Germany? Oh, we're tied. German? Okay, it seems German. Most people are saying German. A Kurd from Germany? It was the German police that raided him? Yeah, it sounds about right. You know who does have a lot of guns? German police. German police walk around with MP5s slung over their shoulders. That's their, like, carry. Like, if you see, like, German police at the airport or whatever, they're walking around with MP5s slung over their shoulders. Like, unironically. They're fucking armed to the teeth.
this Liberator pistol piqued my interest. And then at one point, I found out about how 3D printers became increasingly more cheap. And I bought my first 3D printer.
Not
at the same
police,
time,
though?
Defense distributed after they released this Liberator pistol.
I don't know. I've only ever seen German cops in an airport. My friend Ethan was, he travels to Germany a lot. So he takes a lot of pictures at the airport. He sees crazy shit going down. And those German cops are fucking armed, okay? They are ready to get their #1 victory royale, okay?
Ran some sort of web page where you were able to download various files for various gun designs. And also
A German airport. Yes, my friend takes trips to Germany, flew to Germany, and shit happens in airports sometimes. My friend took pictures, and there were cops there that came to see what was going on, and those motherfuckers had fucking MP5s slung over their shoulders. They were on slings.
3D printed gun designs. When I looked at the files, I saw that everything was incomplete.
Probably just an airport thing. Probably, to be fair, just an airport thing. But regardless, the fact that their law enforcement has access to that type of firepower was my point. You guys are really, like, pedantic. You guys are, like, extremely unpleasantly, distractingly pedantic sometimes, right? And sometimes you just need to give me the benefit of the doubt and be like, I know what he meant, and just move on. The stream would just be so much better if more of you guys knew how to do that. I'm going to teach you guys how to be less autistic. I'm going to teach you the way that I learned. Relentless bullying.
And the parts that were modeled and the technical data that was available there, was in these files, was absolutely solidly modeled.
What does pedantic mean? It means you obsess over tiny details that don't matter and try to correct people when it's not necessary, when you damn well knew what they meant.
It was absolutely not true to the real world. So it would be basically useless to try to use those files to produce any firearm. What I did then is I wanted to start a community that was enthusiastic about this topic as much as me. And so I posted a Discord invite links into the comment sections of each of those various files on that webpage. The idea was to build a community. So what I wanted is an effective firearm, a firearm which I'm able to defend myself against any assailants, which I can be offensive with if there's any tyrant that wants to dictate his tyrannical laws upon me.
We're watching a video by what I found out is a leftist journalist channel called Popular Front, interviewing a guy who he was killed in a police raid. So like the guy who's being interviewed, not this dude, the other guy in the mask is dead right now. But he was 3D printing guns in Europe. He was like big 3D printer gun guy. He was doing it illegally, and he did a anonymous interview with this channel, but the cops got him. The German police fucking got him.
And so I was able to start that community. I invited everyone. And my goal was to build this community who was enthusiastic about the topic as much as me. I had no technical background. Like, I didn't study any engineering. I never used a 3D printer. And so from that moment on, I needed to teach myself how to use CAD software. What I did was I also went onto a recruiting hunt. We ended up with a core group of a couple dozen people who had all sorts of knowledge. And so me and Ivan basically then had this goal of making an AR-15 CAD assembly happen. So we worked day and night, day and night, day and night.
So you said before you had no technical expertise, you didn't know how to do this beforehand. How did you then teach yourself to use the 3D printed software? How did you get the printer? You eventually ended up making your own like lower for the rifle. How did you do all that?
The most useful tool for this in general was the internet. The internet enabled me to do all this.
Dude, 3D printers are some of the most insane technology ever. One of the things that I think makes the 3D printed gun thing much less of like an active, focused on threat is the fact that 3D printers themselves are pretty, not unobtainable, but like they're not the cheapest thing in the world. They're big and heavy. They're like not super expensive to run, to be fair. They're cheap. There's no way they're cheap. Like the one that you would need to make like 3D print guns, no way that you could get them cheap. $100 from China? I don't know if you'd want to get that. You have to assemble them. Older versions are cheaper now. You don't want an old one though. Come on, you don't want an old one. You want to get the one that he's using to make his shit, right? Like that shit's going to cost a bit, right? 3D printers could be regulated? Yeah, but then again, most people who have 3D printers aren't using them to make guns. They're using them to make, like, Warhammer minis. You could do that, right? Like, you know how Warhammer minis are super expensive and it's, like, a super expensive hobby to get into? Can you just print them with your own 3D printer and save a fuck ton of money by just spending a bunch in the like, short term and just 3D printing them and just buying the paint? You can. Why is everybody who's into this not doing it? I know Connor Points, who does like Warhammer content, has a 3D printer for that. Yeah, I'll probably get myself a 3D printer at some point. I want to make minis and paint them. I feel like it'd be nice to be able to like 3D print 19 inches of Venom. Oh my god. Could you imagine? But that would be cool though. Like I've always seen like, holy shit, that's like a foot tall like miniature of like Edward Kenway from Assassin's Creed 4. That goes hard as fuck. Too bad you have to buy the $250 collector's edition to get that with your copy of the game, and I'm 13 years old. With a 3D printer, you just find the like model for it online and you 3D print it. And you can get the colored stuff too, so you can get it 3D printed in color. I fucking love that meme, though. That tweet, 19 inches of Venom. Well, I was 13 when Assassin's Creed 4 came out, yes. They start at $170, the resin printers do. That's actually surprisingly cheap. Like, for the price of a PS5, you can probably get a pretty good 3D printer by the sound of it. Like, a damn good 3D printer for the price of a PS5. If you're willing to spend the amount that you would spend on like a high-end graphics card, God only knows what kind of monster you can buy.
I was able to learn all the information that I needed through YouTube, through Wikipedia, through various forums, and through chatting with other enthusiasts. There's one thing that you really have to take in mind here. Motivation. All this information is available out there, but why isn't everybody doing it? Because they don't have the motivation to do all that.
It's also
I have
pretty
a fierce
expensive.
motivation to do all that because of the reasons that I told you already.
Okay, so let's go back to Deterrence Dispensed now, right? You're saying you started this new group. You did something quite different. So when Cody Wilson was doing his thing, it was all very like centralized. He was kind of controlling it. He had the files, which you say weren't even any good. The difference of what you're doing is it's completely decentralized, right? You're putting everything out there for free. You're inviting other people to do it. And I've seen you guys saying online, you know, we're killing gun control. We're pissing on the grave of gun control. Why did you decide like, yeah, this has got to be decentralized. We want to put it to everybody?
It absolutely makes sense to not be a single entity that is bound to a certain platform and can be destroyed at any time. The wonderful thing about our work is that we are mostly anonymous and we are sharing our knowledge and our information. So if somebody goes down, the other one continues working. You just have peer-to-peer networks. You have this globalized internet infrastructure where...
Do you know why I feel so passionately about guns as a topic to talk about on my stream? On pretty much every issue we talk about, there is no gray area. The Republicans want to eliminate the rights of a minority group, or take away freedoms, or restrict everybody's happiness in some awful, evil way. And there's no two sides to the story. There's just not. The Democrats or the left broadly are advocating for good, and the right is advocating for evil. Just through and through, that is generally always the case. There are rarely cases that that's not what's going on. But when it comes to guns, and by the way, and I should clarify, and the people who support the right on those positions tend to be bad as well, or their position itself, having that position, I believe, in some way makes them a worse person, morally speaking. Now, guns, on the other hand, which are perceived as a right-wing thing in America, are the only issue where even the most radically pro-gun people, if that's the only thing I disagree with them on, I don't think that affects their moral standing. It's the one issue where I have disagreements with people that are more radically pro-gun and like on the right than me, and I don't see, only in America, obviously, and I don't see it as a like a morally bad thing. Like if I met somebody who is like, you know, agrees with me on every other issue, but they also think that like every person in America should have guns, and that should just be a thing that everybody does, and it should be like AR-15s, full auto M4s, all that good stuff. While I disagree with them, I don't think less of them because of that. Like this guy, I don't think less of because of his positions, what he's doing personally. I really don't. I don't think he was going to do any crimes or he was going to like hurt anybody. He's very clearly just a gun enthusiast who wants to have the right to own guns. I don't believe that there's any moral culpability he holds in breaking the law that says you're not allowed to have the guns, and that's it. And I don't think he deserved to die in police custody. That's my position. I don't think that he deserved to die in that police raid. Yeah, he's very clearly just a hobbyist, and most people who have guns are hobbyists. Or honestly, most people who have guns just have a gun because they inherited it, and maybe they keep it around for home defense or whatever. It's locked up in a safe or deep in a drawer getting dusty somewhere. And then, like, the next biggest segment has them as hobbyists. And, like, beyond that, like, the amount that are ever going to use them for a crime is very small.
Files cannot be censored. If they are censored at one place, they pop up at another. And that's true also for us as individuals in terms of working for the cause. If something unfortunate happens to one individual, the other individual will take his place, and so on and so forth. It's a hydra that you cannot completely kill, because as you cut off one head, the other head pops up. You're impossible to stop.
And tell us about the FGC9. This is this rifle here, right? This one that you've constructed yourself. What's so special about this?
The FGC9, fuck gun control 9mm, is a firearm that is truly effective for self-defense, being offensive. And at the same time...
For my gun newbies in chat that don't know what 9mm is, I'll show you what that looks like real fast. Because I just so happen to have some on hand. This is a 9mm. Everything you see that's like up to here is just the casing. This is the actual projectile, and it goes to about here. The projectile's about that big. So this is 9mm. And here is what it looks like in a magazine. It's a little slid forward because that's what happens, but there you go. So that is what he is chambering this 3D printed gun in, 9mm. 9mm refers to the diameter of the cartridge? Huh. I thought it was in reference to the projectile.
It's a firearm that you're able to build yourself as an average Joe with no specialized tooling, with no special knowledge.
And the ammunition, the bullets, where do they come from?
I make the cartridges. I basically assemble them.
Can you show us?
Sure.
So explain to us, what are you doing here? Why do you have to make your own ammunition?
Basically, to get ammo in Europe, you either need to make it yourself or buy it illegally. Buying it illegally is extremely difficult. It's extremely difficult to get a hold of someone who won't scam you, who isn't law enforcement. So you have to make the ammo yourself. And so to do that...
Get a real man's caliber, like 45 ACP. For starters, guns that are chambered in 45 ACP are expensive. Second, 45 ACP is expensive. Third, this is both my home defense and my range gun right now, so getting it in a relatively cheap caliber that's good enough is quite important. And also, I don't know, I'll get like a Kimber 1911 at some point. You can get those chambered in 45 ACP, I'm pretty sure. And, you know, it will be all good. But 1911s are expensive, okay? I wanted a nice, reliable, relatively affordable, long-lasting, effective, useful for everything I need for a potential home defense and the range, which is 99.99% of what it's ever going to do, which is 9mm is good for that. So yeah, 45 ACP is God's caliber, sent by his holy gunsmith, John Moses Browning. Yeah, we love John Browning. Anyway, 45 is good. It's fun to shoot, but it is not the most practical for someone's first gun. This is my first gun that I've ever owned. I've shot plenty. I've had plenty that I've like used and been in the same house with, but this is my first gun that's mine, that I own, that belongs to me. You don't want to go for like a 45 ACP for your first gun. The Glock 19's like the best handgun to go with for your first gun ever. There's literally nothing better to go with for your first gun. Besides maybe a shotgun, but like, yeah, like a Glock 19's like the perfect first handgun.
Just trying to.
This round here goes in this 3D printed rifle.
Exactly. Now you could do something with this.
Xanawant 357 Magnum, not gonna lie. I'm pretty sure I've shot 357 Magnum. Vosh has a revolver. I don't know exactly what kind. I don't remember. I think it's a Smith & Wesson, actually. He's shown it on stream. It's a Smith & Wesson revolver. I think that's chambered in 357 Magnum. So, I think I've shot that before. His revolver kicks like a motherfucker, so it wouldn't surprise me.
If you wanted to. To make an FGC-9, you would need around, I'd say, 1.5 weeks to 2 weeks.
That quick?
Yes.
Whilst at his workshop, J-Stack also showed us how he designed the FGC-9 on his computer. We can't show everything, but this was essentially the core of Deterrence Dispensed.
To be fair, it actually doesn't kick as much as it just kind of like is heavy, right? Like there's a difference between the gun kicking a lot and having weight. Because the gun's so heavy, it doesn't really have much kick. It's just kind of a lot to be on your wrist and on your arms while you're shooting it, but it doesn't really kick that much. Probably mostly because the gun's just so heavy. If it was a lighter gun, like if it was as light as a Glock, then it probably would kick a lot.
Dispensed.
It's a heavy gun. It looks like something out of Halo. What's it modeled on?
My ideology is shaped in such a way where I think this should be the reality for everyone. I'm of the opinion that freedom and liberty are more important than security, and that's why I'm risking that we have a little bit less of security for reign of freedom. I'm extremely peaceful.
Halo mentioned. I have
So we
that
just
printer.
got back from J-Stack's workshop.
Zoomy Dog, you know what you can do now. If you have that 3D printer, you know what you can do now. God damn, 500 people watching right now. Welcome, everybody. Consider hitting the like button. It helps a lot. It makes there be even more people. Can we get to 600? That would go hard.
where he 3D prints his guns. What he's doing is incredible on one level, but also unbelievably dangerous. He's not just building these guns for himself, he's telling other people, everybody should do this. He's trying to encourage other people to do it. Could cause a lot of mayhem, honestly.
Potentially. I don't think... Let's be fair, though. I don't think most people who have 3D printers and the time and energy and know how to use that to, like, put guns together are using said guns for crime. Most likely, they would be selling those guns to people who would use them for crime. That would be the more likely scenario, I think. Because, like, most crime in this country, even gun crime, happens... Well, most gun crime in this country, if you consider it crime, is suicide. And that's done for very different reasons than most other gun-related deaths are caused by. But if we're talking about homicides, and particularly if we're talking about ones that are classified as mass shootings, they tend to be, like, less than 5 people hurt or killed. And it tends to be, at least when I've seen gang violence, the more I look into it. And we know why gang violence happens. Like, we can solve these problems with pretty, like, very well-known, well-agreed upon, and constantly repeated socioeconomic reforms, but we don't actually want to do those things because it's expensive and doesn't help billionaires.
Next day, J-Stack sent us a set of coordinates and told us to meet him there as soon as possible. He arrived with 2 FGC-9s in a bag and led us into a forest. En route, J-Stack told us more about the reach of Deterrence Dispensed.
Our group, our decentralized group, is very diverse, has lots of international members. And like I already said, when we push our design files up there, it's not only for among our group, but for everybody else outside of our group. Everybody around the world, man.
Guns can literally go nowhere in the US. Buybacks will never work. Obviously, with 3D printed guns, that's definitely going to be true. One thing that, like, taking away the possibility of 3D printed guns and new guns getting shipped into the country criminally, one thing that could feasibly work is if there was 100% crackdown on all firearms. 100%. In, like, a couple hundred years, maybe a few hundred years, most of the guns would probably go to shit. Many would be repairable and would continue to live on, but I think after a couple hundred years, if no more new guns came into the country, a lot of them would go to shit. Like, already, the ones that you just can't get anymore through traditional manufacturers and sellers, like, those are already becoming more and more rare, and it's only going to get worse. So theoretically, if you did go all the way and were able to even cut off any criminal production of firearms, theoretically they would go extinct over enough time. But there'll always be people who just never shoot their nicest gun, and it's always sitting there perfectly cleaned, kept perfectly nice, sitting on a wall somewhere. And those a gun could last functionally in that condition for, like, hundreds of years, right? Like, there are multi-hundred-year-old guns that still function to this day. There are functioning flintlock pistols and rifles from, like, colonial days that still work. They need some restoring, sure, but, like, they work. They're very rugged things, yeah.
Try to spread the truth, man, spread the message.
Ideologically, other than the idea that everyone should own firearms, do you know, like, politically... Right there, come and take it. Do you know politically what kind of people are in your group?
I mean, we roll this way. So our group stands for 2 things. Freedom of speech and the right to bear arms. And people who would try to infringe these rights from a certain group, from a certain ethnic group, or from a certain political group, these people we do not like. We kind of don't like extreme...
From a certain ethnic group. Uh-oh. You know for sure this guy was, like, probably a white nationalist.
Because they usually start a fierce conversation, a debate. We don't like that. We actually like to discuss actual designing firearms.
Doesn't it suck that, like, if you're someone who's pro-gun and you go online to find like-minded people who are pro-gun, you're basically shoved into a bubble of far-right talking points and propaganda exclusively? That's pretty much all there is in terms of, like, political messaging you're going to get through that content. Like, Brandon Herrera literally just testified to Congress with Marjorie Taylor Greene, and now he and Marjorie Taylor Greene are like actual real-life best buds. Brandon Herrera is like really, really right-wing. He's friends with MTG. He's very pro-Trump, obviously, very pro-DeSantis. He talks about like how bad woke shit is in all of his videos. He is the biggest gun YouTuber. He is the biggest gun YouTuber there is, period, and he cannot shut up about how bad woke shit is in his videos. At like every other video, he's like debunking Joe Biden on some misinfo about guns. I would simply use a gigantic magnet on a helicopter to confiscate all the guns. You know what's actually crazy? This is a little bit off topic, but it's gun related, so who cares? They dropped my gun, not my exact one, but my exact model and make and everything, out of a fucking helicopter while loaded with a round in the chamber to see if it would go off, and it didn't. Glock dropped from helicopter drop test. Obviously, this does not work with all guns, but Glock 19. They strap a GoPro to it, send it way up in the air.
There goes the Glock.
They drop it.
There goes the Glock.
Fuck. I freaked. I'm so scared of heights, I panicked when the fucking camera started falling, dude. Is this in slow-mo? Yeah. It did not go off. You would have heard it.
Recording, that's cool. Droid, is this still recording?
Look at it. The only thing that got like damaged was the sights, the little plastic sights. Are these plastic? Yeah, this is plastic. Is it? Are these sights plastic? They look, no, they're part of the slide. They're metal. So the fall was literally hard enough to flatten the sights and chip them off, and it didn't fire. That's fucking crazy.
Oh, it was still recording. That's cool. There's the GoPro. It's destroyed. Is this still recording? So there's the GoPro. We'll see how the footage on that is. But overall, on the Glock, there it is. Nothing really dramatic where I can say, oh, the front sides got ripped off. That's about the only thing. And I'm not going to find that here right now. Those are easily replaced. It looks like it should function, but we'll test fire right now. We'll see.
This is just a drop test.
Okay, let's test fire it.
The company itself dropped one out of a helicopter to see if it would go off, and it didn't.
Test. There's still some duct tape left on this Glock.
Oh,
let's test fire this Glock 19. The magazine is still okay. Nothing happened to it.
Let's see if it still fires.
We'll put 2 rounds in this.
It'll definitely fire. There's no way it doesn't fire. These things are goddamn invincible.
I'll put 3 rounds because I have high hopes for the Glock. So,
look at that smooth slide. It's gonna fire.
The firing pin is working on this one.
It'll be fine.
Just ready? Ready?
I'm ready.
Yep, it's gonna be fine. Watch it go. It's gonna be fine.
We are hot. Everything looks good. No front sights. Fire in the hole.
Yeah. No failures to feed or anything. Hell yeah.
Magazine out. Clear. And that's why it's called a perfection. It works.
Literally the best handgun that there is, period. I don't care what anybody says. It's the best handgun. Glocks are the best. If you're actually looking for practicality in every way, Glocks are the best. Every other gun is just gimmicky and cool. And I'm not denying their coolness. I'm just saying that practically speaking, handgun-wise, Glocks are the best. I don't think they're ugly. I genuinely don't find them ugly. I thought they were ugly before I actually, like, laid hands on one in real life and shot it in real life. And I was like, you know what? It's actually not that bad. They are not that ugly. I don't think they're ugly. Okay, chat. 1 in chat if you think it's pretty. 2 in chat if you think it's ugly. Look at this. Let me see how much of a view I can give you. Damn, you guys are so brutal on Glocks. Jesus. Y'all are being bullies. Why would you talk to her like this? Good God, dude. Y'all are mean. I like the beauty and the simplicity, okay? It feels like a proper Minecraft player's gun, okay?
Actually advancing the cause, actually focusing on the actual proper things and not about politics. But in general, we do not like racists, we do not like xenophobes.
Okay.
We just like people who just are for the cause of the right to bear arms and for freedom of speech.
Right, and do you do some kind of vetting process or something?
So basically, we let everybody in, but if they...
Why does Vosh say he can't show his guns on stream without getting demonetized? Do you just not care, or is it only pointing at the camera? I don't think your channel will get demonetized. I think it's just your content, like the video or the stream will. And yeah, I don't care about the stream getting demonetized. It would be catastrophic if my channel did. But I'm pretty sure that safe gun handling on stream is allowed. I'm pretty certain there's nothing disallowed by it, especially if it's for educational purposes, like it is here. Twitch would be the more iffy one. Twitch might just ban me for having shown a gun on stream, regardless of it being loaded or unloaded, but I genuinely don't know. I think it's, with most of these platforms, it's more of a, did something happen? And was the company forced to do something about it? So I think as long as, I continue to handle my firearm safely when like, using it for content demonstration, then it should be fine. As long as nothing bad happens, it doesn't, like, misfire or something, we should be good. Yeah, Dylan's getting screwed over, but he hasn't actually broken TOS or anything. That's just YouTube literally being broken. We're going to talk about that as well, by the way. Dylan Burns is literally being, like, killed by YouTube.
They act up, we kick them.
So just hypothetically here, bear with me. Imagine, say, imagine somehow a member of ISIS just entered your group. They didn't speak about politics. They didn't say anything. But they added, say they were like, oh, we're helping you build the rifles. I mean, what, you would just let them stay or what?
Look, if we have no idea that the extremists or racists or ISIS, how the fuck would we tell if they're actually that? Like, if they never talk about politics, if they never show any indication of xenophobia or being zealots.
Okay, guns and everything around them are politics.
How the fuck are we supposed to know that we have to kick them out? But if they do show through that they are extremists, racist, Islamic terrorists, then we would kick them out and immediately, basically, stop all work and all communication with them.
But you don't think it's dangerous to not already know? Like, there might be, those guys might be in your group, you have no idea.
What you have to realize is, the advancement of technology has no politics. At the atom bomb, chemical weapons, DIY rocket launchers, IEDs, whatever, if it's bad or good technology, it has no politics. So I don't really see the point in your question.
So you don't really care about who's in or who's not?
We do care. We do care.
But I mean, if you don't know, then it's like...
That's the internet. Everybody can hide behind a certain persona. And they can stay hidden for a long time with their real identity. And only after they reveal themselves, you can actually take action.
You were saying, like, you don't want extremists. Some people will see this and they'll think you're an extremist. Maybe not an Islamic extremist, maybe not a right-wing or whatever, but they will think you're some kind of gun extremist. I mean, what would you say to that?
So if other people see us as extreme...
One thing that really bothers me is that in a lot of left-leaning American media, how often do you see pro-gun sentiment listed alongside Nazism, misogyny, anti-gay, racism in reference to somebody on the far right or somebody who's right-wing? Like, listed along with all these horrible, objectively awful things, pro-gun is right there. For good reason? I really don't think so. When you consider the fact that the right has such a strong monopoly on gun culture, and gun culture is, like, one of, if not, like, one of the most fundamental aspects of American culture itself, and you actively signal to people, and this isn't me, I know what they mean when they say this, I'm talking about other people who are too stupid to see past their fifis being hurt, which is your average Republican voter who is a single issue voter on guns, these people see that kind of messaging alone, and that fuels their assumption that Democrats hate them and want to take away their guns. I actually recently had a post sent to me on Reddit, because one of my fans who frequents r/firearms, there was a post there of a clip of me being based about guns and being pro-gun, and they had posted all angry like, "BreadTuber has a surprisingly rare good take on guns. Bet it won't last long, though." And all the comments are like, "Yeah, well, he's being pretty based here." And then like copium about how they bet I'll still vote Democrat for I'll still vote for politicians that'll take our guns away, or I bet he's only guns for me and not for thee. Like the most copium shit they can imagine, trying to like understand how a lefty can be pro-gun. A BreadTuber pro-gun? There's got to be some sort of catch. We got to figure out some sort of way to justify our worldview staying intact after we find out that there are lefties that are pro-gun. It literally shatters everything they understand, and they start falling into a deranged copium spree, trying to, like, justify there being lefties that are pro-gun. Yep, under no pretext, motherfucker. Exactly. And a lot of them just don't realize that you don't have to vote Republican to be pro-gun. Unfortunately, the Democrats don't make that realization very easy. They really don't.
Yes, that's okay. But what I can tell is, we do not want harm to anyone. We want everyone to live peacefully amongst each other. And we want people to have the freedom of speech and the right to bear.
I assume you're being sarcastic there, Huron Shonen. But, like, I believe that getting more people, a lot more people to vote Democrat is important, especially with how much Biden's numbers have dropped. I don't know if you guys know this, but with the conflict in Israel and Palestine and Biden's outspoken support for Israel, Biden's support has dropped substantially, and Trump's support has gone up pretty noticeably. Like, if the election happened today, there's a good chance Trump would win. Like, it actually looks bad for Biden now. Like, it actually does, yeah. The current polling does not look good for Biden at all. Biden's numbers have dropped a lot among liberals, and Trump's numbers have gone up among Republicans. So it's really not good. And a lot of those Trump voters are single-issue voters that are going to vote for Trump and just going to vote for whoever the Republican is for no other reason than because they're convinced whatever Democrat ends up in power is going to be the one that takes away their guns. And frankly, Biden being so verbally anti-gun is all it takes to scare them into voting Republican. And the fact that so much of the stuff that he says and the Democrats say about guns is demonstrably, definitively untrue, it's really, really hard to get Republicans to even consider voting Democrat when they're a single-issue voter on guns. Wait, Biden supports Israel? What the fuck? Every American politician does, for starters, and yeah, way more so than expected Biden does, yeah. The assault weapon shit is what you mean, a pillow, yeah.
Firearms. If that's too politically extreme for you, fuck yourself. All your rights go away like that. And that's why I need to wake people up, and we need to go onto the offensive, because people are asleep on this issue. They are not realizing what's at stake here, that gun control is getting stricter and stricter, and governments are getting more tyrannical. China's already a fucking living nightmare. We gotta go on the offensive.
Yeah, wait, very good example, Fresh Papusa. I have heard liberal and, figures and Democrat politicians use the term fully semi-automatic in reference to the type of guns that need to be banned. In case you guys don't know, that's not a thing. Semi-automatic means it fires every time you pull the trigger. Fully automatic means it fires as long as the trigger is pulled, meaning you pull back the trigger and it goes brrr, while semi-automatic means you pull back the trigger and it goes bang. Fully semi-automatic is a made-up term, and you can tell how little the people who are talking about the issue know about guns fundamentally when they use phrases like that. And I've heard Democrat politicians use the phrase fully semi-automatic. And do you understand how, obviously stupid that sounds to anyone who knows anything about guns and is a wedge issue voter on guns? It is the most alienating thing you can possibly say, or simply saying clips instead of magazines, obviously, yeah. I'm fully semi-erect right now. It's basically the same thing, yeah.
Man, time is running out. It's an extreme dystopia out there.
Should we keep going? Let's go.
Like
Apparently, it was time to test fire the rifles.
The fun part.
I'm on fire. We're very hot. We're hot.
Christ.
Very
How do you
nice.
feel firing that now?
Shooting it yourself out in the open instead of just the basement or something, that's a really cool thing to do. And smelling the gunpowder, the burn.
It didn't blow your hands off. Do you know what is weird though for me to see how we went from your little workshop, 3D printed, it's gone from the workshop, seeing you crimp the ammo, and now seeing it fired, it's almost like, wow, it's real. That would kill someone, that could kill a lot.
Just like this.
Peppered with casings.
Wait, is he wearing ear pro? He's not wearing ear pro. That was such a dick move. What the fuck? I know they're outside, but that was like the biggest dick move ever. Holy shit. No, that was fine that he ran away. He's not wearing ear or eye pro, and he just started like rapid firing and like shell casings into his face. Like, obviously it's just 9mm going off and it's outdoors, so it's not really that loud, like even if it's right next to you. But like that is a lot to just happen in your face out of nowhere, right? That's really rude. You would get kicked out of any range, even an outdoor, like just a bunch of dudes at a pit range for doing that. Yeah, you couldn't get away with that at any range in America. You would just instantly get kicked out by a range officer. Like everybody else there at like some public land, if you were shooting there with other people, would kick you out. Like you just wouldn't be allowed to do that. No one would let you.
That would kill someone, that could kill a lot.
Just like this.
Yeah, see that?
Casings. Yep, just like that, yeah. Yeah, just like that.
The point is, the only way.
Yeah, the brass is piping hot when it comes out. Like if it gets caught in your clothes, you're gonna feel it.
I can guarantee my rights.
Yeah.
These are being able to protect myself against others who want to take my right away.
Yeah, this guy
It's
wouldn't know
completely
range
untraceable,
etiquette,
right?
to be
There's no
fair.
serial numbers, no nothing.
No serial numbers, no nothing.
Notice how much more dangerous it is, because like they've got like absolute like no guns allowed in this guy's country, but of course they're still getting their hands on guns because that doesn't work. You can't actually ban guns and that actually work. There'll always be ways. And when they do get those guns, it's more dangerous. This guy isn't like tapped into that American gun culture of like, even when you play with squirt guns as a kid, your parents teach you like proper gun safety and trigger discipline, at least mine did. And like just growing up around them and like the fundamentals of gun safety being like just drilled into your fucking head, right? Like, I don't know. It just, when you know these things and it's part of your culture, it actually makes the average person a bit safer around guns. I think most people, even if they've never touched a gun, at least know to keep their finger off the trigger until they're ready to fire. They know to always point it in a safe direction. They know to like do basically all of the fundamental, like basic common sense things you do. It's just that they don't remember to do it when the time comes, and they need to have it like drilled through. Most gun safety is common sense stuff, but it needs to be like walked through, re-explained, solidified, and practiced, right? Not true, people are stupid about guns. I'm talking about in America. I'm talking about in America, in areas where guns are typically a big part of the culture. Like for me, it was Florida. That's generally the case. Most people in America know the basic fundamental gun safety tips. Just they've heard them at least once. Non-Americans that much, or that is to say, I'm a Canadian, I guess. Yeah, of course, you're literally Canadian. This doesn't bear on you at all. Non-Americans, on the other hand, even Canadians, very much less the case. So when they do get their hands on guns, they do shit like that. Like firing off a bunch of rounds, rapid fire, shooting shell casings into someone's face out of nowhere with no warning while they're not wearing ear or eye pro.
Yeah. You could attack someone with that as well, though.
I could, and I also could protect myself.
Yeah, yeah.
I could protect myself.
Sure. Or attack.
Great power comes great responsibility. And
I would say, but I wouldn't. If he said, but you could attack someone with that, I would say I wouldn't. But I could use it to defend myself. That would be my response. I think that's the far less weird sounding response and also the more like reasonable one, right?
it is unfair to take away the people.
He just quoted Spider-Man, yeah.
Power because you think they do not are worthy of
he
having
quoted
that
Uncle
power.
Ben, but
Do you think you have a responsibility for who owns the gun?
I have a responsibility to make sure everybody has the option to be able to get a gun.
What about the way they use it?
The way they use it is up to them. If they want to do harm, it's on them. And once they did harm, then they forfeited their belonging in the peaceful community. There are extremists out there who are saying extremist phrases and they are inciting hate. They should have freedom of speech. If I do not fight for the freedom of speech of somebody else who I do not agree with, then the next day somebody else will take away my freedom of speech. That's the same idea with the right to bear arms.
Right, but you can't kill someone with freedom of speech.
Well, that is a very, very slippery argument. That's not really a thing. And the paradox of tolerance is a very valid response to that type of thought process. The right likes to say so much for the tolerant left, but the left is not tolerant of intolerance. If you create a completely tolerant society to the extent that intolerance is tolerated, and those who thrive and exist off of intolerance are able to gain power, well, that tolerance-based society is not going to last very long. If you have absolute freedom of speech, which allows people who are anti-freedom of speech to gain power and destroy freedom of speech, you don't really have that much of a free country. I think it's not all that unreasonable of a take to agree that certain restrictions on freedom have to exist for freedom to exist in the long term. Now, I don't think this is necessarily the case when it comes to guns. Like with a car, someone can use a gun to kill someone, right? Obviously, guns are capable of much higher capacity killing, but the issue is we want to deal with the killing happening, and they happen for very, very, very traceable reasons. Suicide, domestic violence, and wealth disparity. Socioeconomic factors. These are very easy to solve with, like, reformative changes, but we don't really want to do that in America. People are scared of anything that even approximates sounding like socialism. But if we did those things, there would be much less of a gun issue because there would just be less of a crime issue overall. Like, the amount of gun violence would drop with the massive drop in crime across the board. Access to mental health care and strong social safety nets for people who have mental health issues, or just health issues across the board, so that their lives aren't ruined by getting sick or having a chronic issue or an illness. These are all things that lead to violent crime in America and suicides. And if we can do the best we possibly can to actually solve the root problems, the issue of gun violence will fall to the wayside naturally, because how rare violence itself will be.
You can kill someone with that.
It's not about killing somebody. It's about you yourself, protecting you yourself, and protecting you yourself from tyranny. Just look at the Uyghurs in China. Just look what's happening to them. Nobody's helping them. Nobody does shit. You know what would help them? If they were armed. That would be deterrence. That's what you do. Deterrence Dispensed. Fuck all these governments who take away the right to bear arms. Fuck all of those. Fucks the survey.
I really feel like a better argument, at least as an American, is the example of like the first ever gun control laws that were widely passed across the country. They were passed specifically to affect black people. I'm talking about early America. I'm talking back when everyone had a revolver on their hip because you like were going to go ride a horse through the woods to get home from town. And so you carried a fucking revolver on your hip, right? You carried a big iron. Big iron times, right? Back then, I forget exactly what year it is. If anyone in chat knows what year this was passed, it was multiple states that did it all at once. But obviously, this was post-Civil War, which meant you had free black men walking around with a gun on their hip in towns full of white people. White people didn't like this. They really, really didn't like this. White men didn't like it particularly. And white men were insecure about two things. They were intimidated by the idea of black men they wanted to be able to lynch and commit hate crimes against freely, having the ability to defend themselves. And two, they were sexually intimidated by black men as well. A lot of them did not like the idea of a black man who is, there's no slavery anymore. Black people are just, they have the same freedoms as anyone else. They can cuck you. And oh my God, were white men back then just deathly terrified of that. Oh my Lord. 1870s? Thank you, Delancer. They were fucking terrified. White men back in the 1800s were fucking horrified of this possibility. And so across the board, we saw sheriffs, judges, and even, I think there might have even been broader federal legislation that was passed to restrict gun ownership and even make it illegal to carry or own or possess guns if you are black. The first ever institution of gun control in this country was to disarm black people so they couldn't defend themselves from hate crimes. And of course, with the side effect of controlling women. That was also part of it. Today's Republicans were the ones that introduced the first ever gun control. Being pro-gun has nothing to do with being conservative. It's just that in this current political landscape, it is most politically effective for the right to be pro-gun, and the Democrats don't know how to be politically effective. At least, a lot of the time, they don't. And so the right has actually solidified their ownership of a very strong wedge issue in this country that will keep the Republicans relevant way longer than they ever should be.
United States, fuck this dystopia. We're fucking gun control. And by that, we're fucking authoritarian regimes.
Likelihood a police officer who's going to see this when it goes out is probably going to make a splash. I mean, they're going to want to find you. What's your thoughts on that?
They're the goons of the state. They're just doing the dirty work with the politicians. But if they want to take my life away, if they want to take my rights away, I'm not going to go down without any fight.
And would you say you're encouraging people? Like you want other people to do what you're doing?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Just look at the world, man.
You don't think that's like reckless at all?
No. If the government actually went extremely tyrannical, look at fucking Afghanistan, look at fucking Vietnam, look how it was. You only need fucking AK, some ammo, and sheer will to fucking take down the machine. And you see what I'm talking about? Come on, give me better arguments, man.
No, right, but okay, here's a better argument. Imagine if someone 3D printed what you've created and then shot someone you love for no reason.
That would affect you. That is something that I have to accept.
Really?
It's a risk that I have to accept. Fuck that shit. It's about universal rights. Just like saying, because somebody cussed me out and my feelings are hurt, the freedom of speech should no longer exist.
It's not the same as that. There's killing. Killing is the ultimate act of taking some freedom.
Freedom of speech. This is essential.
This is not speech.
It is to protect my freedom of speech. Do you not understand how this principle works? To protect all other human rights. You need something to protect these rights.
He should just say he's American. Like if I were him, I would just say, I'm just American and I was born in the wrong country. And just say that he follows the first two amendments of the Constitution, the First Amendment, freedom of speech and presentation, presentation for all, and the Second Amendment right to bear arms to protect that First Amendment right. Like he's trans-American. He's trans-nationality, yeah. He's a trans-American.
Without the ability to protect yourselves and without to fight against some tyrannical force, how the fuck are you gonna keep your fucking rights, man? Think about it.
That's the way you see it, huh?
I mean, that's what it is. Just look at the fucking world. Everything else is cowardice.
I mean, to you do this all the time. To me, it's shocking, you know? It's been made so easily, really. I mean, now I know you're very good technically, but with your instructions, I could learn this. Anyone could learn this.
Any average Joe could learn this in a matter of...
I hope he fires the gun. I hope he gives him the gun and lets him fire it. I want to see what his reaction... I feel like this guy's maybe never shot a gun before. Like, I probably would have had the same reaction as him if somebody just started, like, rapid firing in my face when I had no ear or eye pro on, and they just started, like, firing hot shells in my eyes. But, like, I do get the vibe that he's not... He's British, too, so I get the vibe he's probably never shot a gun before. So I'd like to see if he does here, and see if he ends up shooting a gun for the first time on video. I love watching videos of people shoot guns for the first time on video.
Weeks, components you can buy everywhere else online, and then you can make your own ammo, even in this fucking dystopia of Europe. And the gun you can make.
I guess it would be a crime on camera.
Gun is easy to make in Europe.
God, I'm jealous of this guy and all of his property he gets to go to shoot. Like, I really wish I had, like, acres and acres of land that I could legally just set up a range and shoot on whenever I please. That would go so hard. It would go so hard.
Live free or fucking die.
Yeah, this guy definitely does come off as unhinged. I do agree a bit with Salty Internet Pirate. I don't think he was going to go on a rampage or a spree or anything, but he does come off as somewhat unhinged. That's just a forest, Zan. Yeah, I think they are just in the woods, but yeah, he clearly has, like, access to nearby woods, though. Zan, I have a cabin in the sticks, and I love shooting there. That's awesome. Live free or fucking die. Thomas Jefferson. True.
Jay Stark is by far one of the most dangerous people I've ever met, and his extremist firearms ideology is spreading. We know for a fact that he's not the only one building so-called downloadable guns in Europe with the help of Deterrence Dispensed. Meanwhile, authorities seem to have little understanding of how advanced 3D printed guns have gotten. As we've seen, they shoot rapidly and they don't explode when firing. As Jay Stark says, Deterrence Dispensed technology could be used to combat authoritarian regimes, but it could also...
So, I don't think... I don't believe, like, there's ever going to be, or it's, like, reasonable or like, realistic to expect there could be, like, a revolution that overthrows the government in America. But honestly, the more I think about it, the more feasible, and when I say more feasible, I don't mean like that I think it's likely or that I think it's possible. I say the more feasible I thought it is than I thought. If you look at a lot of conflicts we've been in, unless we were literally willing to just, like, glass our own country and cities into nothing, it is really surprising how much a far less armed and equipped force can particularly defend a place from our military. We were in Afghanistan for 22 years, guys. Granted, a lot of that time was just us chilling, but we spent a long time actually trying to deal with the Taliban, and it just didn't really work. Like, they just, like, geographically, the, like, small numbers, being able to move quickly, even with our fucking heat-detecting infrared drones, like, there's just only so much you can do. And, of course, a lot of this has to do with geography, right? Vietnam as well, very similar situation where the geography just didn't lend well to American soldiers. But I think when you consider, like, the factors of a armed, large population in an area that they are familiar with, that is their home, that they're defending, their families that they're defending, and so forth and so on, I think a lot of people undercredit how much of a fight could at least be put up by the American population. Not saying it would be like revolution or anything. I think a lot of people just say it would end quicker than it actually would, in my opinion. I think a lot of people, like, if you look at, like, foreign war, especially in modern day, despite the exponential increase in our war technologies, efficiency at killing and doing it precisely and well and accurately and reliably, still we get fucked up by dudes with AK-47s hanging out behind rocks and in caves. That shit still gets us. We still don't know how to counter that strategy. It beats us every fucking time. Tunnels is really the best way to beat us. Tunnels is how you beat America. I'm not even joking. You can't invade us this way. You can't, like, beat us, but you can defend yourself, and all it takes is tunnels. Vietnam, tunnels. Afghanistan, tunnels. Right now, the IDF, which is funded by us and trained by us in large part, and, like, is basically an extension of us, they're getting fucked up by Hamas, and guess what they're using? Tunnels. Well, they're not really fucking, Hamas isn't really fucking up the IDF, but the Hamas is nowhere near as completely gone as you would expect with how much firepower the IDF has. There's a better way of rewording it. My point is, tunnels are OP. They need to be nerfed.
Easily fall into the wrong hands, and if it does, many innocent people could die.
Well, there you go. The FGC-9 is being used right now by the Myanmar rebels. Let's take a look at this. I don't know what an FGC-9 is. At least not by name. Oh, it's the thing that he's using. What a funky looking little gun. That's so illegal here. That is so fucking illegal here. Holy shit. It's for so many reasons. Magazine capacity, too long. Barrel, too short. I'm pretty sure it can go full auto. I don't know if it can or not. You guys can tell me. The fucking being able to shoulder it with the stock or the butt. Like everything about this gun makes it so illegal. Can it go fully semi-auto? Yeah, can it go fully semi-auto? I need to know. Imagine how illegal it was in Germany. Oh, yeah. Ugh. 3D printed tunnels. True. Okay, my overall point in showing this, though, and of course I'm going to give credit where credit is due, to this amazing video made by Popular Front, which we now know is not a far-right channel. I thought they were by the name. That is my bad. I should not, you know, make assumptions about a book based on its cover. But yeah, there's a link to the original video. Go send some subs. Go send some likes. Go send some support. Come on. I appreciate it. So yeah, go send support. There will also be a pinned link down below in the description and in the top comments. So with all that said, I hope you guys understand now why it's such a pointless conversation to pretend as though we can get rid of guns in America. Hell, to pretend like we can get rid of guns in Europe. If someone can get a 3D printer and they can get, like, the things they need in order to load their own ammo, which apparently you can in even Germany, then people can make guns. And they can make guns like what you saw in that video, the scary kind. Ooh, the kind that scares you non-Americans. So yeah, I hope you guys recognize now why this conversation is so nuanced, and it's not as simple as either ban the guns or have full freedom. Popular Front has videos on anarchists fighting neo-Nazis in Ukraine. They're based. Okay, awesome. That's pretty based. I like that. Intern, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Very kind of you. Thank you so much. Says, pee is stored in the balls, semen in the soul. I'm gonna go smoke another bowl. Hold on. Pee is stored in the balls, semen stored in the soul. I'm gonna go smoke another bowl. I feel like that was kind of bars. I feel like that was kind of bars a little bit. I don't have a beat, so you can't really hear what I was going with there, but I had a beat in my head, and it sounded good with that beat. I'm not a rapper, though. I'm not a rapper. I know, but I'm not a rapper. I swear to God, I'm not a rapper. I'm not a rapper, guys. I swear to God. I know you guys think I am, but I'm not a rapper. Just waiting on your SoundCloud. Start rapping now. MC Zan on the mic smoking weed and robbing your bike. Hell yeah. I'm too white? I'm not too white. Google my name and look at Google Images. Google Alex Haley. That's my name. And look at Google Images and tell me I'm white. Thought so. Fucking thought so. Intern, thank you once again for the sub. I really appreciate it. Very based of you. Wait, you guys do know I was named after the author of Roots, right? Like, my last name was already Haley, but my mom was like, what do I name him? Okay, well, I mean, you know what? Yeah, for a lot of reasons, including it being the same name as the author of Roots, which my mom likes Roots, she named me Alex Haley. So yeah, that's why I have that name. Yeah, I'm too nerdy to be a rapper. That is definitely true. Liar. You did not see mayonnaise. Zan, your name sounds like a founding father. Thank you. Yeah, rare W for Xander, Mom. Rare W. Alright. That was a good segment, and I'm already tired. That's not good. You know what? Really quick, I'm gonna grab a Monster. I bought Monster Energies, so I got some. I'm gonna go get one. Where does Xanderhall come from? I'm gonna leave this for you guys to chew on for a little bit. Take my name, Alexander Haley, my full name, then take the end of my first name and the beginning of my last name and put it together and see what happens. All is one word. Hello. Yeah, see guys, now you get it. It's literally my name. I made my username just part of my name. My new name is Alexander Ali. That's funny. Or LA, I guess it could be pronounced. That's the gender swap universe. I would be Ali. Xanderhall, Chad doesn't fear doxing. Well, I mean, I've been doxed before, but the thing I don't want to get doxed is my, like, address. And if that gets doxed, then, well, the worst case scenario is getting swatted, and that's already, like, handled, because you can just talk to the PD of Seattle and just get yourself on a list of potential swatting victims, and they just won't, like, swat you. They won't let you get swatted. And then, of course, if somebody comes to my house, well, I don't think that'll happen, though. I don't think that'll happen. It's highly unlikely. Hold on really quick. I want to find a fun stun lock really fast. That wasn't a stun lock, by the way. That was a segment. That was a full-on segment. Let's see. What's a good stun lock? Ooh, I know a good stun lock. Guys, listen. If you've watched me for a long time, you all know that I like MMOs. I really do. I enjoy them a lot. I'm a huge fan of FF14. I've been playing through that, and I can't wait to finish Endwalker. But I'm not really interested in the hardcore endgame raiding content. I really like the story and the experience of playing it with friends and doing, like, the, like, fucking around on, like, the Free Company House stuff. So, because I don't really go hardcore in FF14, because the hardcore scene doesn't interest me, I tend to be a bit more of a hardcore WoW player than I am a hardcore FF14 player. WoW has like such a like rooted place in my soul that will never leave. It will always be there somewhere deep inside of me. I have dreams every once in a while where I'm in Elwyn Forest or like Westfall, okay? It's just the locations are as familiar to me as places I've been regularly in real life, and I see them in my dreams like places I go to regularly in real life. So, WoW is of course very close to me. I love World of Warcraft, but it's no secret that particularly in regards to current day retail WoW, the like modern expansions, besides Dragonflight, which took things in the right direction in a lot of ways and has been pretty well reviewed, that World of Warcraft overall on average has been taking a pretty serious dip in quality. Not even its quality, but just the standard. It feels like WoW, for many, many expansions and years, stagnated. Like, World of Warcraft was the top of MMOs. Like, they were literally changing what World of Warcraft could be with every single new expansion. But then eventually, like, around Legion, I'd say... Not even Legion, no. I'd say Warlords of Draenor, and not as much in Legion, but really leaving and going out of Legion, the game started to stagnate. Like, it didn't feel like it was technologically or in any way progressing. Like, it didn't feel like the devs were learning anything from previous expansions and making things more mind-blowing and new feeling as far as systems and functionality in the next one, like what FF14 does. Particularly in regards to storytelling. WoW has super cool, interesting lore and characters, but WoW's storytelling, very different from those last two things I listed, is dog shit. Minimal cutscenes and voice dialogue, insane amounts of fundamental story told simply through reading, like, quest text. It's gotten way better in Dragonflight, where there's, like, hours and hours of back-to-back cutscenes so far in just this expansion that hasn't ended yet. But it's still not enough when as much story as there is has to be accessed outside of the game through, like, books or whatever. And the questing experience is boring. We've grown out of the go kill 10 boars, collect 10 wolf pelts, and bring them back to me type of quests. FF14 blew my mind with the fact that they just made quests that were nothing but, hey, we're gonna go just progress story. Like, this entire quest is just, talk to me, I'm going to talk to you for a minute, a cutscene's gonna play, then we're gonna meet up somewhere to talk to another guy, a cutscene's gonna play, and then you're gonna go fight, like, a group of 3 guys in, like, a sort of set-up fight that's, like, an actual understandable scenario that makes sense in the story. You fight off the guys, it takes 10 seconds, a cutscene plays, and then you finish the quest. And doing the MSQ in FF14 is about the story, and so you don't mind it. You don't mind that there's relatively a lot less fighting in FF14's MSQ experience, because you're there for a story. You're there to be like, all right, time to play for like 5 minutes and then sit back for 10 minutes of cutscenes. I like it that way. I like experiencing the story that way. It feels nice, and each passing expansion with FF14, more and more of the story is fully cutscened and voiced cutscenes instead of reading. Like in A Realm Reborn, when you first start FF14, it's a lot of reading. But then, like, WoW hasn't changed from that. Modern day FF14, from my understanding, Endwalker is literally nothing but cutscenes. Like, there's barely any reading in Endwalker from what I've heard. So the fact that WoW has stagnated so much has been a big part of why I think people think so little of it. Here's the thing, though. Blizzard was sold by Activision. Or I think it might have been that Activision itself was bought by Microsoft. Blizzard is now under new management. The Microsoft buyout has gone through. Alongside that, shit tons of new employees have been hired to work on WoW. Like, a lot. Like, magnitudinal increase in the size of the WoW team. And they brought back the legend Chris Metzen as the creative lead behind all of the Warcraft universe again. He's the big brain at the top of the story and everything and everywhere that WoW is going. And so, a couple days ago, We had BlizzCon, the first BlizzCon since the pandemic, and the first BlizzCon since the return of Chris Metzen, and the acquisition by Microsoft. And lately, and particularly with Dragonflight, Blizzard has been crazy with listening to feedback from the fan base. Chris Metzen's the guy who voices Thrall, and he's also, like, the OG guy who made, like, WoW dope. Like, he's very beloved by the WoW community. It's a big deal that he's back. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, like, basically, yeah, he's Green Jesus. Basically, it's a big deal that he's back. It's a big deal that he's back. Now, the biggest complaint about WoW, though, has been that it's aimless. It feels aimless, like it's going nowhere, and like they're stuck in their old ways. Then we got the BlizzCon reveal of what they're doing. They didn't announce one new expansion at BlizzCon like they normally do and like they always have. They announced 3 new expansions. They announced that they are now starting a whole new story called the World Soul Saga, and they're going to focus heavily on storytelling, and it is going to take place across 3 expansions, with the titles of The War Within, Midnight, and The Last Titan. And it looks great. They revealed the cinematic at BlizzCon, and I know it's a cinematic, but holy fuck. It is the best game cinematic I have ever seen, in terms of, like, the quality. When you see this, I promise you none of this is practical. None of this is practical real-life footage. It is all their, like, CG. War Within trailer. This comes out fall of next year. So you've got a bit to wait, but Dragonflight in the meantime has been pretty great. So, not really complaining. Here it is. So they said that, this is like the inciting event, basically. Like, this is where the story starts. And the story will end 3 expansions from now. Literally one of the highest quality cinematics I've ever seen. This is not practical, by the way. This is cinematic. This is CG. That's Azeroth. If you play FF14, you can already tell what they're doing. You can already tell what Blizzard's doing, and you can already tell and you already know it's the right choice. It's what they've needed to do for a long time.
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide.
Is that it?
You needed time. We stayed away.
No one beats
but
Blizzard
time
in the CGI
by
game.
itself heals nothing.
You didn't
This is
just
Anduin.
come here for me. It's the visions. You've seen them.
I suspect many have lately.
God, look at that sand.
Something, someone, is calling out from the heart of the world. Like a voice from a dream. Something dark is coming, Anduin. The world needs your light again. My son.
New WoW expansion, Sella.
I am not that person anymore!
have no light.
That's Anduin Thrall, yeah.
Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've done.
You are not your past, Anduin.
For those who don't know, he's a paladin, and if you do something like cold-blooded murder, or you do something awful that you feel guilty about, and you don't feel worthy of it anymore, you can't be a paladin anymore. You can't wield light magic. Or holy magic, I should say. Murderers can, like bad people, objectively, can be paladins and can use light or holy magic, but they have to be fanatical enough and crazy enough to believe what they're doing is right. So you can be a bad person, but if you like truly are delusional enough to believe what you're doing is right, then you can use holy magic. But he feels like he doesn't deserve it, and that's why it's like being worthy of lifting Thor's hammer a bit. Breaking your oath in Baldur's Gate 3 is similar, right, Xander Hall? Not really, because it's implied that like Anduin could just like get his abilities back if he just like stops feeling unworthy of them, I think. Oh, he still has the light, it's just you can't tap into it.
Past, Anduin.
Well, proper paladins are just like Finn level of good people.
I trust you.
And that's also what Anduin is.
They're getting worse. Look, whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us?
Yeah, he cut his hair.
I'm not sure yet.
This reveal.
But that sword was aimed at someone.
So this expansion is the start of the World Soul Saga, which is a 3-expansion long story arc that they have telegraphed out like an MCU phase for us, and have explicitly said story is going to be the main focus, or at least a huge focus. And that's what I like to hear. It's what WoW's needed. It needs to get the FF14 treatment, frankly. At least in the realm of its storytelling. Damn, I'm gonna get back into WoW then? You're probably gonna hear a lot of good things about it when this comes out if the like, expectations are met. Or exceeded. Oh yeah, Opal Viper. That was literally one of the highest quality cinematics ever. It's so far from the Warcraft I knew. That game never took itself seriously. Yeah, WoW got a lot more serious around, like, I'd say Wrath. Maybe TBC. Like, the original classic WoW was fairly goofy, but I don't know, even Warcraft 3 was pretty serious. I don't know, Warcraft 1 was kind of goofy, but Warcraft 3 is really when the lore and, like, the story got taken a lot more seriously and got a lot darker. Played from vanilla to Mists of Pandaria. You know what's crazy? Mists of Pandaria was like a good expansion, but people didn't like it because of the theme. They didn't like the pandas. Hey Zan, as someone who's mainly tried WoW as a private server player and primarily 14 player, is retail WoW worth it currently as it is? Yeah, I mean, if you really want to see like WoW at its best, it'll probably be this new expansion that's going to come out next year. Because of the amount of overhauling of the fundamentals of what WoW is that they plan to do. Like, the game is in a lot of ways not going to be recognizable. So with that in mind, if you want to experience old school modern WoW, it's worth it. But don't let it, like, paint your expectations of what the World Soul Saga will be like. It's under completely new management now. Or at least that expansion and onward, it's under new management. Like, Blizzard is, and so is the WoW team. And the WoW team also, with this like, saga, has, like, brought in hundreds of new employees. This is also World of Warcraft's 20th anniversary, I believe. Warcraft itself, I think it's the 30th anniversary, if I'm not wrong. But I believe it's the 25th anniversary, or the 20th anniversary of World of Warcraft. So, that was also a big part of BlizzCon, and the big announcement, too, is that, like, it's been 20 fucking years, you know? There's gotta be a big revolutionary change to the franchise for it to continue. I went to BlizzCon, some guys holding random sound equipment called random people into a room, and they recorded us making background chatter SFX, so if you ever play a Blizzard game with that SFX, think of me. Aww. So, like, if I go into, like, a tavern, it could be you in there? God damn, that's cool. That's really cool. That's so cool. I'll make sure to tell my friends whenever we go into one of the inns. Pepper T21, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the $25. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Very based and kind. Says, or gifted to Colhole, Kitty the Atheist, Sebi, Big Catastrophe, and Pluvius. I hope they all appreciate those gifted subs. Said, damn, that unironically made me emotional. Time to repost this banger.
Now you try.
Patrick, that's Frostmourne. Thank you, Pepper T21. This video's a banger.
First, get a jar. Patrick, that's the Frostmourne.
Yes.
It's fucking insane how well done these are. Arthas's theme. SpongeBob into the Banshee sponge. We got Sylvanas. Or is he Uther here? I think he's supposed to be Sylvanas.
You need a jar.
Dude, is there a sequel? I need to know if there's a sequel where he uses sulfurous. Hold on. I need to know if there's a sequel where he uses sulfurous. Okay, there's not, but there's one where he uses Ashbringer. The one where he uses Ashbringer is pretty funny, too.
We're gonna
I'm gonna play it, too.
open a jar. Easy. Now you try. First, get a jar. Patrick, that's
The Ashbringer.
Yes.
This is gonna go on for a minute. Jesus Christ. Fucking Naru. Jesus Christ. That's funny as fuck. God, I love these videos. They're so good. This channel deserves... Well, they have they have 1.78 million subs. Jesus. Here, I'll drop the link in chat for anyone who wants a link to that video in that channel. Here you go. My favorite of these, though, is... This video is the best one that ever was. Dude. The WoW community has the best shitpost making skills. You'll realize that very quick. The best shitposts are from WoW fans. Classic WoW's coming out. Is he gonna go back to his old ways?
Ladies, one at a time.
What you're about to see is completely accurate. This is how it was. I was there when Classic WoW launched. Literally unforgettable experience. Dude, just yesterday, I managed to get Ethan and a friend of ours to get into Classic WoW hardcore. We all played humans, but our friend... Well, me and Ethan played humans, but our friend played a dwarf. Managed to get our dwarf friend, Telwyn Forest, alive, so we could start questing together. We are barely finishing up Northshire Abbey, like the starting area for humans, when suddenly an army begins to form. This was yesterday. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what happened and why there was an army forming. We were on the high pop hardcore server for US. There's only 2 hardcore servers, a low pop one and a high pop one. Yesterday, Asmongold decided to start playing WoW hardcore. You can guess which server he chose. And of course he chose to join like an hour into me and my friend's play session. So we stand there and watch as a fucking army floods the fucking server around Asmongold. We don't even want to be near him. We try to get away because it's just like so many fucking people we can't progress and it's hardcore. So we're actually trying to like take it seriously and stay alive and not die and lose our shit. So we're like trying to get tags and we had an insane amount of competition all day because of all the Asmongold fans. As a matter of fact, it got caught on video. Should be from yesterday or today. Yeah, here it is.
Dude.
Yep. Me and my friend were in these woods. Me and my friends were in these woods desperately trying to get tags in as all the Asmongold fans flooded the server, taking all the tags. I'm not complaining. It was fun, but like, look at all these people.
It is
this
what it
is
is,
what I
right?
mean by an army.
And so, yeah, everybody come on up here. Just wait over at Goldshire. We got to get everybody here. Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. That's good. That's good. Everyone has Blink? Yeah, bro.
We weren't even on the same shard as Asmongold. Servers are broken up into different, like, layers. And we weren't even on the same layer. But there was still a crowd this big standing around where he was on a different layer. Every layer was full like this on that server. This is not even close to everybody who had flooded the server to see Asmon. Layers are like extra servers inside of a server that are completely, like, integrated, right? Like, basically imagine you've got a Minecraft server, but it's actually multiple Minecraft servers, except you travel between it, like, those servers completely, like, freely, and you don't even notice it. It's not even noticeable, and it functions like one big server, but it allows for a lot more people on that said server to be able to play together. Even if they're not physically occupying the same space in such a way where they can see each other, they're still physically occupying the same space, and if grouped up together, they would switch layers and be able to play together. Kind of like Hypixel minigames, yeah. But it's like, imagine different layers of reality on top of each other, all on one server, but each one is effectively a different server that you can go between seamlessly, as simply as, like, going to another zone and it instancing you into a different layer, or joining a group with someone who's in another layer.
Yeah,
so every other layer of the server looked like this, not just the one that Asmongold was on. Yeah, it's like data centers. Yeah, a little bit like data centers in FF14, but WoW does it like you can't pick your layer in WoW. It's just you're in a layer, and the only way to switch is to know what layer you're going to and to like go into it by joining a group or going into an area and happening to switch to the right layer. Yeah, it's like ghosts. It's like ghosts.
Corrupt Loot Council? Bro, like, you think we're doing Loot Council? Bro, I'm the master
Look at this
looter.
shit.
I'm gonna master
Look
loot
at this
Deadmine.
shit.
Shut the fuck up.
Asmongold, I feel, is kind of... Oh my god. Look at Stormwind. Look at this.
Oh, shit.
These are all players.
It is what it is, boys.
One day I want to be big enough that I can do this in a game. One day, I want to be big enough that I can do this in a game and create an insane crowd. Yeah, WoW has the most, like, accommodation for massive amounts of players all on one server playing together of any game there is, I think. I don't know if there's any game that allows for more people to play together on one server and, like, be in each other's presence and affect each other and do things together than WoW. I don't even, like, FF14, like, it limits how many people you can even have on screen. It starts, like, unloading them. WoW doesn't do that. It's just proximity-based. Moist Charlie in RuneScape got all his fans to buy him an item called Monkey Nuts, and he crashed the market for Monkey Nuts. That's great. Of course it was Monkey Nuts. Of course that's an item in RuneScape. Monkey Nuts. I can never get into WoW Classic, but strangely I can get with Waddle K and Retail. Well, Waddle K is just Classic, but with Northrend and TBC. Okay, if you say so. It functions just like Classic. Grants, you do eventually as Warrior get dual-wielding two-handed weapons, which is so nice. That is a nice thing they added in Wrath that I really like as a Warrior. Anyway. Yeah. Let's read some donos and get into segments, because that was quite the stun lock. No Chump Change, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you, very base. Says, since we're talking about video games, did you see what that Hightail has a beta sign-up on their website? Yes, I did see that. I am signed up for it, but I also don't think I need to be signed up for it to get into any betas they do, if they do a beta. Because, like, the devs know of me, I think. I feel like if they do some kind of big open beta type thing, they'd probably know that I want in. I think they know, but I have signed up. It's been up for a long time, the beta sign up sheet. Pufflecakes, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10 sub/donation. If it's more, let me know, but I really appreciate it. Didn't say anything, but thank you. And Pluvius, thank you for the 4 tier 1 gifted subs. Thank you so much for the... Sorry, I had to burp. Thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate that. Gifted to Purple Maggot, Possum Opium, Plantera 04, and Cosma Thulu. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Said, gotta pay it forward. I'm sure they all appreciate those gifted subs, and I really appreciate the dono. Thank you so much. You guys are so kind. Don't forget to hit that like button. It's completely free. But of course, thank you all for your support so far. Let me hit that dono thingy and get that updated. Cool, cool. Danukes Do Nova, thank you for the Prime sub over on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Hell yeah. All right. All right, 1 second. Cool. All right. Pillar of Garbage has videos on Invincible. Cool. I like Pillar of Garbage. Pillar of Garbage is cool. Good content. Good YouTuber. Deserves way more subs. All right, everyone. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1. Action. Alright, everybody. Lately, I've been making my opinion on popular Twitch streamers and personalities and how I honestly don't think positively of many of them a lot more clear. And I'm sad to say that content creators in the Twitch space that I once used to at least be able to enjoy the content of as sort of YouTube junk food of sorts have quickly become so insufferable and such openly bad people that I can't even bear the idea of remembering whenever I once thought they were, like, decent people. One example of those Twitch streamers is XQC. He is one of the largest streamers on all of Twitch, if not the largest. I actually haven't kept track with who's the biggest streamer and who's not the biggest streamer, who's lost their title, who's kept the title. Last I checked, XQC was the biggest Twitch streamer. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he is. And the sad thing about that is that, well, he was always dumb, and he was always kinda, you know, silly and unserious. It always felt like, even despite how much money he makes and, you know, how much he could always, you know, give to charity or use the money for good or whatever, who cares? It always seemed like he was fundamentally at least a decent human being. That's what I thought. That is until a couple months ago, when he got called out by H3H3 for content theft. And he responded to this by just, like, flexing his wealth. And he said to H3H3, "I wear your entire life on my wrist," while posting a picture of his, like, watch. He's basically become Rice Scum, but worse. Because Rice Scum, from what I remember, wasn't doing content theft, at least, and using that to make his money. Now, a couple days ago, a user by the name of Noodle Vivo ended up tweeting, which, by the way, I'm back on Twitter. I got unbanned. Noodle Vivo ended up tweeting, when I think about what scumfuck degenerate content parasites look like, I don't think I could possibly create parody more on the nose than this. And shows a clip of XQC reacts to Israeli airstrike hits Gaza Tower after Hamas attack. And it's the thumbnail is him doing like it's him being surprised with actively people dying in the background. Yeah, pogging at war crimes. Like, dude, can you believe that? Whoa, chat. Whoa, do you believe they did that, chat? Oh my god, chat. Oh, chat. Did you see that, chat? Holy shit, chat. Like, that's basically his entire commentary. Anyway, XQC responds to this very, very viral post. You know what? Here you go. Yeah. Responds to this very, very viral post by saying, huh? And then an image of him crouched, or I guess he's sitting. I thought he was crouching. Sitting over a suitcase full of cash. And people were saying it's probably fake money. I don't think so. It's probably real money. He seems like the kind of guy who's so desperate for the affirmation that wealth seems to give him that he would end up pulling shit tons of cash out of the bank so he could look at a big pile of money physically and feel good about himself. He seems like that kind of guy. Your soul remains empty, Quite responds. Your bank account relates, while responding with a picture of his insanely expensive Rolex. I assume that's a Rolex. I don't know watches, and I don't care to know watches. He replies, keep gambling, and XQC replies anything else with a picture of, I guess these are, like, poker chips. I guess he's at a casino. And then Quite replies, glad to see the divorce lawyers are well paid. For those that don't know, XQC has also gotten substantially more right-wing with his politics as of late, and it's all been following his recent divorce. I don't know if you guys know this, but he went through a pretty rough divorce, and it does actually seem like his ex, I think her name was Adept, was actually, like, pretty in the wrong, from what I remember. In some of the things that she did. Yeah, his ex is pretty bad, and kind of fucked him over. She's kind of crazy, yeah. And listen, we've seen the divorce to, like, red pill to alt-right pipeline, or at least just the divorce to shithead, like, dude pipeline, right? And he has been following that path to a T as of late. So it really doesn't surprise me that this has been, like, the next step in his awful, awful journey. He ended up making a response video, if you guys think I should go over it. He called it, I Made Twitter Mad. And it's, like, a bunch of people's tweets, like, responding to him. But it's interesting, the first one, it just says, kill yourself. And you can tell if you look really closely. Does anybody recognize this profile picture? Yeah, it's the triggered SJW face. That's actually the lady who wasn't even triggered in the original video, but they just clipped it as like a memeable image for strawmanning the left. So his editor threw in, like, a right-wing meme to, like, represent, like, his triggered detractors who don't like him stealing content and then flexing his wealth as his response. One joke? Yeah, one joke. Should we check out his, like, awful response? It's going to be incoherent.
I'm at a...
Like, I need you to understand how incoherent this is going to be if you've never seen XQC talk. And I don't mean, like, argument-wise it's going to be incoherent. It will be. I mean, you won't be able to understand what he's saying.
Okay, I'm sleeping on the couch, okay? I wake up to this okay? I look at this guy, okay? And this guy, Noddle...
TTS.
Noddle Vevo. Guys, I'm not gonna... Guys, I don't like roasting people based on their name because I don't know it. Because there's so many creators these days, I don't even know their names, okay?
That's very obviously the word noodle.
I don't know what... And honestly, I don't really care. The thing I care is that this is 88,000 likes. At the
Way
point,
more
I
now.
It had like 82,000, which is insane.
Oh, yeah. XQC got absolutely ratioed to hell for this. XQC's reputation outside of his community is destroyed now. Nobody likes XQC. Not only that, but XQC's own fan base, when he first did this to Ethan Klein, took a massive hit. And already, like, his fan base has started to distill to just the most unpleasant, worst people in it, which is already, like, a death knell for his entire community in the long term. He will be a nobody in a few years. His entire channel is going to die. He has completely solidified himself as an unlikable figure online, and as somebody that most other content creators dislike now. He is closed off he just gambles now. He's, like, very obviously stupid and doesn't know what he's talking about, but can't shut up about current events. There's no appeal to a new audience to get into him. You know how Sneeko and Aiden Ross and Andrew Tate were growing and relatively, like, accepted in the broader internet until Moist Critical made his video shitting on Sneeko in the Red Pill sphere? And then from that point on, Sneeko was known unanimously as a cuck. One critical video, and everyone's calling Sneeko a cuck forever. Well, not one Sneeko video. Yeah, one Moist Critical video, and Sneeko's a cuck. Forever. There's no getting around it. He is always going to be a cuck. He will always be sent cuck memes, and be associated with cuck memes. No one will ever think of Sneeko as anything other than a cuck. Because of one Moist Critical video. Now, that's not because, like, Moist Critical has any particular, like, special power himself or whatever. My point is that Critical is one of those creators who's so broadly liked and accepted that his voice almost speaks for the broad mainstream YouTube internet community. If Moist Critical doesn't like you, and that's like a public thing, then most YouTubers are going to take his word and not be willing to hear you out or consider collabing with you, speaking positively of you, sharing you around, or giving you a platform. XQC has now destroyed his ability to grow via any other means than through algorithms and word of mouth. And I assure you, when more people know of XQC via all these negative things being said about him because of his own actions, before they know him for any of his positive traits, then they're not ever going to get into his content. And his channel's just going to slowly bleed to death. Which at this rate, he deserves. Oh, sorry, I sped up the video on accident.
Yeah, like banger hunting or whatever, trying to get like a good tweet going. And dude, when I think about what scumfuck degenerate content Parasite look like, I don't think you could possibly create a parody more on the nose than this. And he posts this, right? And I don't even know what this is. Is this my own video? It's from XQC Clips. So this is literally
that a clip channel?
It's not even a video. It's literally a clip. So it's literally a screenshot.
Okay, wait, XQC, you understand? It is his channel. XQC Clips is one of his clip channels. But YouTube doesn't make a difference. There's no difference on YouTube between clips and videos. Like, is he trying to pretend like his audience doesn't know what a YouTube video is and how YouTube works? YouTube doesn't do clips really like Twitch does. That's a YouTube video. It doesn't matter that it's 2 minutes and 16 seconds. It's a YouTube video. Not a Twitch clip. You uploaded it. Your editors uploaded it with that thumbnail. That's it being recommended by YouTube. Also, one of his go-to insults or responses is like, oh, you're a clout chaser for calling me out. So we'll no doubt use that call out. What I find really interesting about that response, whenever someone says you're just a clout chaser, whenever someone calls out someone larger than them, sometimes there is like legitimate reason to believe it's just clout chasing, but just like a random errant tweet that isn't like, they didn't even go through the effort of like capitalizing the beginnings of sentences. Like, this is the kind of tweet you just throw out in like 10 seconds and you're just interested to see what some of your followers have to say about it. Like, am I the only one that like will quote tweet things or tweet about things just because I want to see the replies and what my followers have to say about it? I want to see conversation about that topic, and my replies is a good place to make it happen. Like, I don't expect every tweet that I make to go viral. There are ones that I make specifically that I want to go viral, ideally, because like I've got an important message in them or something. But like, this one doesn't really come off that way. But he's gonna accuse this person of clout chasing just by tweeting about him. This simple tweet criticizing him. I guarantee XQC will accuse him of clout chasing.
Live broadcast posted on clips of 2 minutes, and this is the response, right? Guys, not only do I not care, okay, about this, okay?
I just don't care.
I'm not mad at the editor for posting this. I commend him for posting this.
He cares so little. He posted a bunch of tweets on Twitter as he was getting ratioed back to back to back, showing off his wealth, trying to get owns on people, saying, haha, you're poor, as he's getting massively ratioed and owned, because like most of the internet at this point has a negative opinion on him now. He's ruined his reputation. He's basically J.K. Rowling'd himself. Like, I think something a lot of the left doesn't realize with these figures is that when they come out as bigots or as just assholes, they consolidate their audience to the worst people in their fan base. And while yes, the audience they currently have will become more tight-knit and more dedicated, that audience will only ever shrink. It cannot grow. It cannot grow eventually to anywhere near the amount that it will inevitably begin to shrink with time, because that's how the internet works. You have to maintain the ability to bring in a new audience forever online, or your career will crumble. You cannot survive. One day, 80% of you in chat will be replaced by other people. Most of you who are watching right now were not the couple hundred people that would regular all of my streams like years ago. Back in 2019 and 2020, I had a completely different batch of like 100 or so regulars that were in all my streams. Most of you weren't there, and those people don't watch me anymore. They don't like, and like none of them do for the most part. Few of them come around, but like I recognize their names if they came in, and sometimes they do, and I'm like, oh shit, you're from way back in the day. So like your audience online gets replaced all the time by new people if you're an actually healthy, growing channel. Like, you can look on YouTube and see how many subs you've gained over a lifetime. I've gained over 100,000 subs in my channel's entire lifetime. I've lost tens of thousands of them from YouTube purchase of inactive accounts that don't watch me anymore, from like people just unsubbing, from accounts getting deleted or banned, whatever it may be. YouTube does daily sub purges on people's channels. You just gain them back faster than you lose them most of the time. And so you got to consider that if you cut off your ability to grow anymore like XQC has, you're very quickly going to realize how fast the audience you think you have that's always there, that's always going to be there for you, doesn't really stay around that long in the grand scheme of things. In a couple years, XQC could be a 3,000 viewer Andy. Look at Ninja. Ninja just today, or just yesterday and the day before, I think maybe, got back to like where he was relatively back in 2018. But for the last few years, Ninja had like a year of being the biggest Twitch streamer, fell off massively. He got a big payout, so that's a unique situation, but he fell off massively in just a couple years. Can you imagine if he spent his money like XQC does? Ninja still exists? Yeah, he had over 100,000 viewers streaming OG Fortnite the other night. Granted, Ninja streaming OG Fortnite, it's a special event. Fortnite's like literally re-peaking right now due to the re-release of OG, like the OG map and stuff. But outside of that, like a week ago, Ninja was pulling 2,000 viewers, right? Like, he kind of, relatively speaking, fell off quite substantially. But he hasn't, like, hurt his ability to grow, so he's still around. But XQC, he's given himself a bad name. And that goes a long way. Worst of all, he's given himself a bad name with other content creators. He'll survive? We'll see. We'll see. Y'all are always calling me a prophet.
I commend him. I genuinely do. I don't know why. Because actually clips doesn't make money. It doesn't. Short clips don't make a lot of money. It's not very...
there it is. I was about to say, yeah, they do. Yes, it does. People... I literally saw a clip of XQC showing how much money that video made. It made like 20 bucks.
Very well monetized. It's not...
But nobody's arguing that, like, the amount of money he made is the issue. The thing people are attacking is the fact that he's uploading a video called XQC Reacts to Israeli Airstrike Hits Gaza Tower After Hamas Attack. It's a thumbnail of, like, blocks of a city getting, like, flattened, and you're, like, doing your reactor face in the thumbnail. It feels ghoulish. Everybody agrees.
An effort to make money. It gives traction. It's because it's kind of cool. It keeps the thing fresh. And just in general.
The funny thing here is, he's projecting. Did you hear him just say, when these people claim that I'm doing this to make money? Look at the original comment. When I think about what scumfuck degenerate content parasites look like, I don't think I could possibly create parody more on the nose than this. Where did it say here that he did this video to make money? And that he was farming money off the conflict? He said that this is scumfuck degenerate content parasitism. None of that says that he's doing it for money. He says he's doing it for content. Obviously, there's the implication there that he can make money off that content, but that alone isn't how it works. When you do content that brings in a lot of people, even if it's not all that monetizable, you monetize those same people through other avenues. People are criticizing him by pointing out that he's trying to get eyes on himself using this conflict. And use it to, like, farm content and stuff to actually, like, keep his channel entertaining. Not that he's just farming it for money. The money part is just a, like, side effect of streaming and making content.
Guys, everybody knows that to make a lot of money on YouTube, videos at, like, the 11-minute mark or, like, 16, there's thresholds.
They have to, 8 minutes is how you get mid-roll ads, and you get, like, the maximum amount of ads you can get. It's 8 minutes or more.
The Clips channel doesn't make money. It's just kind of trash for money. Regardless. That's beside the point. Okay, that's the point. You guys saying lie, okay, it's cringe. You're really self-reporting.
His entire chat, if you can't see it, by the way, is all spamming lie. Like, for the record, his own subreddit is now calling anybody who defends him a glazer. Like, his own subreddit for a good, like, week was taken over by, like, ex-fans who were, like, turning it into an XQC hate subreddit because of this shit. His own fan base did turn on him in large part. Like, everybody who was defending him was getting called a glazer in his own subreddit.
That you know absolutely nothing about either YouTube, monetization, algorithms, ads. You just don't know anything about the topic. That's just what you're proving to me right now.
You just don't know anything. You know nothing. He really is just a pathetic piece of shit. I wonder, does he defend the showing off his money thing? Let's see.
He's the one who creates it. So for him to go at me about this and try to dogpile on the hate, because
this is Hasan's editor. Yeah, fuck Hasan. Hasan's just as bad as XQC. Okay, so he seems to just, like, say, but what about Hasan for a while? Yes, Hasan has the same problem. Hasan is just as bad in this respect. And in many other respects, Hasan is also bad. We don't like Hasan. We don't like Hasanazi here, okay? We do not endorse Hasanazi. Anyway, fuck XQC. Twitch is falling off in more ways than one, and I'm so happy to see it, because Twitch is a shitty website. All right. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Yeah, I came up with that the other night. Hasanazi. I mean, he's a Hamas apologist. It's not that far off. It's not like the most inaccurate, like, insult you could call him. Okay. Yes, chat, I know you guys are all actual glazers. I know. I know. I've got the gayest fans on YouTube. Whoa. Okay. Oh boy, I'm excited for this segment. Oh boy, oh boy. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So, we're moving on from the previous segment about how XQC is one of the worst streamers on Twitch to another awful Twitch streamer who is unfortunately aggressively popular for how awful they are. And that is Hasan. I used to like Hasan, or at least, like, not really enjoy... I didn't really watch a lot of Hasan's content. It was like, it just wasn't really up my alley. I didn't hate it, but I'd, like, throw it on from time to time. It just wasn't really my thing, you know? It wasn't my type of content, but I respected it, you know? I respected Hasan. There was a time when I even went on to Destiny's stream to ask him why the Hasan Destiny schism happened, and to ask him if there, like, why was that the only way it could go down? And of course it was Hasan who actually burnt that bridge, believe it or not. Regardless, though, I used to have a lot of respect for Hasan, right? Like, even if he probably didn't like me very much, if he even knew who I was, I had a fair amount, right? I'd even defend Hasan mostly during the dramas that would occur. Thing is, though, his takes on foreign policy proceeded to get worse and worse and worse, and that was only after his defense and continued infractions of content theft. Some of the most blatant and shameless shit you can imagine. Obviously, the playing another YouTuber's video and then getting up and walking away to go to the store and buy groceries for like an hour while the video plays. Like, he'll be talking to his chat with a video paused, say, wait a second, I gotta go to the bathroom, play the video, and then get up and go use the bathroom while the video plays. And then upload that in the video as part of the reaction. This is by far the least serious of issues I have with Hasan, though. while it is a problem, it's very much like an internet drama issue. What really made me incapable of tolerating Hasan or people who defend or make excuses for Hasan was his foreign policy takes. When we started to see strong evidence that Russia was going to invade Ukraine. We were able to see troop movements. We were able to see armored vehicles, hospital tents, and we were even able to find out that they were transporting blood bags to the border of Russia and Ukraine. All of these things pointed to a very clear imminent invasion, but Putin and Russia's oligarchy were saying they were simple training exercises and that no invasion or combat was going to happen. They were just training exercises. Of course, everybody, notably on the left, knew this wasn't the case and that this was obviously going the same way as what happened with Crimea back in the day, that Russia's doing the same thing all over. And it's very clear what's about to happen. And so Hasan started accusing everybody who said that Russia would invade Ukraine of being a pro-war, liberal war hawk. List all the, like, tanky insults, right? Just started, like, throwing out those insults, right? And what he started doing was each day that passed where Russia had not yet advanced into Ukraine, he would title his stream, Russia still hasn't invaded Ukraine, day whatever. And that went on for like 12 days, I think, where there was like quote-unquote ambiguity around whether or not Russia was going to invade. But then they did. No one was surprised except for people like Hasan, and Hasan looked really, really dumb. So he had to walk it back. Here's the thing, though. Hasan isn't pro-Ukraine. No matter how much his defenders in my comments or on Twitter want to say that he is, he's not pro-Ukraine. So he didn't walk his position back and say, oh, I'm wrong, okay, yeah, Russia's bad for doing this and everything. He instead proceeded to say these following things. I don't actually know if I have the clips in order or not, but I feel it's important to show both of these. I believe this was what he said after the invasion actually began.
What's wrong with NATO expansion? If majority population voted in favor, would that mean NATO expansion is justified? In that circumstance, NATO is 1000% an aggressor outside fucking force, okay? Russia is not. Russia annexing its own fucking territory that it's had, that its own territory full of its own fucking people is not the same as NATO being like, we're going to turn your country into a fucking base and put literal fucking...
That's a Russian state propaganda point, by the way. The idea that the land that they were annexing was full of Russian people and that they wanted to join Russia. Completely made up Russian state talking point he was parroting there. Utter
military
bullshit.
bases and rockets into your country.
That is not the worst of the clips by any means. I'm actually glad I played them in this order, so the worst one is actually the second one to play. And there's way worse than this as well. There's way worse than this. He had to continuously walk back these takes. And he has now doubled down even harder, but in a really slimy way, which we'll get to in a moment. That's why I'm talking about this today.
But, like, you feeling bad about the Crimean annexation does not change the reality of the Crimean annexation being a completely justifiable fucking act by the Russian government, okay? So that's it. That's fine. And Hitler invaded countries based on Germanic ties at first? Yeah, dude. Talk to me when he's fucking throwing Ukrainians in a fucking... What are you talking about? Talk to me when he's throwing Ukrainians at a concentration camp, okay? Hitler wasn't fucking bad because he decided to invade Austria. He was bad because he was fucking killing Jews, okay? That was the problem. He wasn't like, oh yeah, we're gonna fucking annex territory with like Germanic people in it. That wasn't the main problem with Hitler, I think. That was like,
it was a problem
down the line.
I'd say imperialism was actually pretty high up on the line, actually. Like Hitler did bad things, and they were really, really bad. But he did but that's like pretty high up on the list. Like the imperialism was how he accomplished doing those things on a wider, larger scale. So I'd say it's really high up on the list is the invading and like putting other nations under your heel. It's like a big part of why the Nazis were bad and why Hitler was bad. Regardless, though, he kept on having to walk it back day by day as, like, it became more and more obvious how awful Russia is. But at every turn, he was still parroting some form of Russia state propaganda. Now, recently, Dylan Burns has been in Ukraine. And by in Ukraine, I mean volunteering to, like, save people and animals from, like, communities that have been bombed and flooded by, like, broken dams. He has been shelled, like, actually shelled. He has been shelled multiple times by the Russians now. I saw a video today where he's walking down the street and he's talking to the camera, and he all of a sudden there's a loud bang, and he's like, he gets, like, into cover, and he looks out, like, across the street, and you can see smoke rising, like, 4 blocks away. 4 fucking blocks away. And then there's another video where he was covering some American, like, domestic politics here on stream, like a proper, like, on the computer stream, but he's still in Ukraine. And all of a sudden you start to hear and, like, a loud noise, like something's flying ahead, and he just, like, stops, like... he just fucking... Oh. Uh-oh. Hold on, I think I can fix this. It's okay. Damn it. Uh-oh. No, this is fixable. This is fixable. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. It's fixable. We're okay. Yeah, my headset flies off my head every time I dare to, like, bend over or take, like, a quick movement or whatever. No, it hit the ground and broke. It full on hit the ground and broke off, but it's meant to break like that on purpose. Anyway... The video is literally, like, Dylan just hearing that and then immediately, like, bolting away off camera, probably to go into a shelter. He has, like, very much been on the ground witnessing and documenting these war crimes that Russia's been committing. And because he's in Ukraine, and because he's met and talked to and hung out with so many Ukrainian leftists while he's there, he decided to join with them so that they could speak out against Hasan, an American leftist Twitch streamer who is speaking over them and for them and refuses to allow any Ukrainian voices on his platform to speak because he doesn't want any anti-Russia anything to be said on his platform. So Dylan Burns went through the work in a country that is actively under siege, yeah, leftist in quotes, to get a group of Ukrainians together to review Hasan's video and let them speak. Let them give their opinions on the Russian talking points he repeats. And this is said video, and we'll get into Hasan's response to it, which I truly think solidifies how bad of a person Hasan truly is, in a moment. But here's a clip from said video that Dylan Burns put out. He posted this on Twitter.
NATO is 1000% an aggressor outside fucking...
Oh, yeah, and these are the Ukrainian leftists that Hasan got to, or not Hasan, Dylan got together to, like, give their takes on Hasan's takes. You know, having actual Ukrainians speak and give their opinions instead of the giant, insanely wealthy millionaire, largest political pundit on Twitch that refuses to let the people who are actually being invaded have a word to say about it. Let's watch.
Force, okay? Russia is not. Russia annexing its own territory full of its own fucking people is not the same as NATO being like, we're gonna turn your country into a fucking base and put literal fucking military bases and rockets into your country.
Saying that Russia is grabbing their territories is a total bullshit. They are grabbing the territories of what, Soviet Union, the empire that collapsed? People there identified themselves as Ukrainians, especially my generation.
Hasan here basically called me and Rick specifically literally Russians. He called us Russians just because we are from the Russified areas that were
But that's Russian propaganda, right?
Yes, exactly. Thank you. That's where I'm going. The repeating of Russian narrative. They say those people are Russians. They speak Russian. That means they're Russian. They're part of the Russian world. This is the imperialism, colonialism that this guy supposedly hates.
The video itself is very good, and if you guys want, we can, like, watch it on stream, but I would honestly recommend you guys just check it out on your own. They show, like, it's literally just clips of Hasan defending Russia and doing anti-Ukraine talking points repeated directly from Russian state propagandists, like almost word for word, them responding to it and knowing where Hasan got it from. Now, here's the thing, though. Hasan, it's been a couple days, responded. He responded to it. And Dylan Burns posted the clip. Now, if you still had a shred of hope that Hasan cared at all about anything other than making money and virtue signaling clout off of lefty politics domestically in order to push people towards his tanky politics, well, prepare to have that hope dashed as he responds to Dylan Burns. Here is his response to Dylan.
For those of you who said, chat, has he responded to Dylan Burns' post, by the way, before getting clapped? If you think that I would entertain such a psychotic thing ever in my life, I don't know what to tell you. There is nothing more perverted and psychopathic than literally putting Ukrainian people in Ukraine that are being fucking bombed, okay, by an invading
Yeah, Hasan was banning people asking about the video.
Force that is unjustifiably occupying their country, making Ukrainians sit down and fucking watch my clips out of fucking context in a way that you have framed it.
So, literally, one of the people there is an ex-Hasan fan. He literally just gave the mic to Ukrainians to let them respond to Hasan's positions. And this is how he frames it. He's finally admitting, by the way, that they're having their nation invaded by an imperialist power. But he says it in such a way as to criticize someone making a video correcting his Russian propaganda. He is willing to very, very lightly criticize Russia indirectly through infantilizing Ukrainians as a way of defending himself and his propaganda. It's very slimy and insidious.
By an invading force that is unjustifiably occupying their country, making Ukrainians sit down and fucking watch my clips out of fucking context in a way that you have framed it to have them go, oh, wow, how fucked up, fuck this guy. It is literally the most unimaginably insane thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It completely betrays how much you care about the conflict that you are covering on the ground. It's nasty as fuck. It's such a weird psychopathic thing to do, especially considering that I have time and time again, over and over again.
You can see the whole chat spamming yep. The whole chat just falls in lockstep.
And repeated my position, okay, that it is completely unjustifiable to invade Ukraine. Russia is cruel.
Isn't it interesting how I just showed clips that go through different layers of his, like, backpedaling, his first initial statements and his backpedaling? And now he's, like, pretending that he was never defending Russia?
For doing such an act. And that Ukrainians, of course, have a just cause for emancipation. Not only that, but I've also raised money for Ukrainian refugees. This community has raised $300,000 for Ukraine.
This alone proves to me that every charity stream he does is simply to, like, deflect criticism. The fact that he's just made this argument alone shows that he only does the charity shit because he has the excess income to invest that money in the ability to defend himself against criticism. It's a tax write-off and an investment for him. This guy's takes are only ever good about the most basic bargain bin domestic policies like LGBT rights, which he's not even good at arguing for, by the way. Have you seen Hasan debate trans rights? He's not good at it. And, like, he's pro-BLM and whatnot. Like, sure, yeah, that's most Americans are there where Hasan's positions are. He's just a dude, bro, who, like, is able to talk about popular social issues in such a way that's entertaining to the average fridge temp IQ Twitch viewer. And he's just harbored one of the dumbest left-wing communities on the entire internet.
Ukrainian refugees.
And one of the most toxic, funnily enough. His Discord, like, he lied to Ethan Klein and said that he wasn't in his Discord server. He is. That was just an outright lie he told Ethan Klein. And he had to recently, in response to drama he had with Ethan during the, like, Israel-Gaza stuff, he had to shut down his Discord because people were his fans were organizing raids on Ethan's platforms through his Discord. His fans literally were organizing raids in his Discord server. And he lied to Ethan and said he wasn't in it, despite the fact that literally the day before there were messages from his Discord where he's making announcements. Plus, I joined his Discord back in the day, and he was in that Discord. He made that Discord. It is his Discord. It was at least a couple years ago last time I checked it. I'm still in there, I'm pretty sure. At this point, Leftovers is over. I'm glad that's the case. I don't think that H3 needs to send any more of his more normie leading audience anywhere near Hasan's way. Dude, it sucks so much how much of a Hasan simp Ethan's co-host guy, the guy behind the mic, the guy behind like the camera or whatever, the Jamie dude, I think his name is. Is it Jamie? Dan? His name's Dan? Yeah. He was all like bitchy when H3 was hurt by Hasan's actions and said he's going to at least pause Leftovers. Dan's a tanky? God damn it. Sorry, I was thinking Joe Rogan. I'm sorry. Anyway, I'll let this whole clip play in its finality.
Of course, have a just cause for emancipation. Not only that, but I've also raised money for Ukrainian refugees. This community has raised $300,000 for Ukrainian refugees.
It's a virtue signal.
It is so insane to do a Jubilee video on this, okay? I don't know what to say. It basically betrays the position that you have. Like, oh, I genuinely care about this. That's why I went out there. Not because I'm like a fucking war tourist pervert, but I
Bro accused Dylan of being a war tourist pervert. I forgot about that detail of the clip. That's why I brought up the instances of Dylan getting shelled by the Russians as he's volunteering and doing on-the-ground journalism in Ukraine. He accused him of being a pervert war tourist. Yeah, so for those that don't know, Hasan's the one that kind of like popularized the whole accusing people who ever do debates on the left of being perverts. The whole debate pervert thing comes from Hasan. Hasan does more, like, I'm pretty sure Hasan has done more debates than Dylan too, right? Like, Dylan doesn't really do that many debates. He does them, but like, he does news. That's his content. He's a journalist. He does news. He'll argue with propagandists. Jesus Christ.
I went out there, not because I'm like a fucking war tourist pervert, but I went out there because I care about these people. So what am I doing? I'm like fucking using this as an opportunity to be like, yeah, look at how bad this guy is. Like, what the fuck?
Dude, expect to see significant schisms in the lefty online sphere. There is a large part of the online left that at the very least, regardless of whether or not they agree with Hasan, will defend him and burn bridges over defending him. He carries a lot of power. He's got a lot of clout. And becoming a waiting room for Hasan fans, like a Hasan waiting room, is like a career maker for a lot of small like lefty streamers on Twitch and on YouTube. And expect to see the like Hasan really making it clear that he's a tanky and that's the part of the left that he's on, and he does not accept any other part of the left, and he considers other parts of the left opposite of him. Expect there to be schisms. Because I've seen, like, the arguments on Twitter. Like, I know that, what's their name? That one big Twitter account, was getting, like, shit on. Frogan was having shit takes defending Hasan on this. Like, I've seen it already happening on Twitter. Thank God. Thank fucking God. I have, like, I got banned from Twitter, and I had, like, a monk-like, retreat from the internet, and I was able... Yeah, Frogan's a Hasan mod. She's, like, one of the, like, simp sphere. I had, like, this monk-like retreat from Twitter. Atop a mountain. Just breathing the cool wind and meditating. And I've realized... all this shit is stupid as fuck. So let's sit back, laugh at it, make fun of it, and certainly not get emotionally invested in it. Because if you just sit back and you enjoy the chaos, then you learn to like the online left. You actually learn to like it. Because there's always something going on. Anyway, fuck Hasan. I'm glad he's finally being recognized for the piece of shit he is. Once again, I was right all along about Hasan. Not all along, but for a long time now, I've been anti-Hasan with a lot of pushback from even you guys. And now pretty much everybody on this side of the left realizes I was right. Once again, I was right. I was wrong first, but for a long time, I've been right. How do y'all like that segment? What is the future of AI? That segment seems a little uninteresting to me right now. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So, we're going to be talking about a viral documentary that Elon Musk basically pushed to every single Twitter user as their top, recommended ad on their feed for an entire day a couple days ago. #Detrans. The Stories of Detransitioners by PragerU. Now, a couple other lefty streamers have already watched good segments of this documentary, responded to it, and it's very laughably made. On a fundamental level, from what I've seen, you could honestly argue it's a pro-trans documentary. So I'm not really going to tread already walked ground here. I want to use this documentary as a bouncing board. A bouncing board? Sure, fine. Bouncing board. To essentially talk about something related to it. A discourse that stemmed from Springboard. Thank you, Kiwi TP. I'm high. A springboard into a topic related to it that's become discourse post the release of this documentary. Now, if you've been on Twitter, here's the ad, by the way. This was the top of everybody's For You page for an entire day. Every single Twitter user's For You page. This was the top of it. PragerU bought out an ad space here so that every Twitter user on the entire platform for the entire day would have this as the top of their thing, right? So, with that in mind, tons of people no doubt saw this. Tons of people no doubt saw this. What the reaction was overall, I have no clue. I'm sure we'll find out over time, but what I want to talk about is the discourse that kind of came from it on Twitter. We started to see a lot of far-right accounts talking about what they claim to be the invention of trans people. And they reference a story that has been referenced by transphobes over and over again for years and years and years and years to make different transphobic arguments without realizing said story itself is an argument that backs up the validity of trans people. So, I'm gonna bring up the Wikipedia page for it. All right. So, they reference the John Money, David Raymer experiment. Now, I'm not going to read the whole Wikipedia page because it's long and it's terrifying, so I'm going to summarize what happened. This is John Money. He was a massive piece of shit. A monster who I hope is burning in hell. You see, what he did was he had two twins, both twin boys, and one of them had a botched circumcision. They were obviously infants. In response to this, he decided to perform a very, no doubt, thrown together bottom surgery procedure on this child, David Raymer, and raise this child as a girl his entire life. Tell him he's a girl, make him wear girls' clothes, give him no indication that he could ever recognize himself as a boy, because how would he know, right? What ended up happening with this experiment, though, is David Raymer didn't grow up thinking that he was a girl. David Raymer, the whole time, deep down, knew he was a boy. He basically manifested gender dysphoria. He just did. He literally manifested gender dysphoria. He became depressed. He knew fundamentally he was in the wrong body, that he was supposed to be a boy. He knew that this was not how he was supposed to be, despite there not being any memories or evidence that he could pull from. He just fundamentally knew it deep down because that's what his brain wanted. That's what his brain knew his identity to be, because no one knows their identity better than themselves. No one will ever know their identity better than themselves. And so, while this was a horrific fucking experiment, this was a long time ago. Like, I think it was in the 1950s or 60s, and I'm pretty sure he was imprisoned for it, the scientist. At least I hope so. And thank God, David Raymer was able to get away from that and transition back to being a man, because that's what he truly was. But this also acts as the first and most well-known example of gender dysphoria happening in someone who isn't trans, by the traditional sense. Like, they use this as an example of the start of transgenderism because it's an example of an adult forcing a kid to transition. This was just a mad scientist. This guy wasn't like left-wing or pro-trans by any means. He tortured these kids. He was just trying to satisfy his own creepy desires and curiosities. He was a fucking monster. But this wasn't some kind of, like, transing the kids thing. He was doing, like, unethical experimentation. Now, most of the people that you see shit-talking trans people are the same types of people who very mysteriously like to argue that, well, you see, the Nazis were bad, but they made a lot of really important scientific discoveries, and I don't think we should throw out any of their discoveries and developments in medicine or anything, just because they, discovered them through very awful means. I've heard conservatives and transphobes make that argument tons of times in reference to Nazi medical and science research, that it should still be used and accepted regardless of its acquisition, because it exists. Meanwhile, they use this story, which is basically an example of the same phenomena. Through this, we discovered that gender dysphoria is a fundamental thing that can happen to people. If you take a cis person and force them to exist as the opposite gender, they will likely feel dysphoria akin to what trans people feel and seek to transition. What this proved is that, in most people at least, there is a fundamental understanding of your identity that deep inside of you, that no amount of having been raised the wrong way will be able to change. You will always know that deep down, right? And that proves that. It proves that even a cis person will experience it, not like who wants to transition back to being cis, back to the gender they were assigned at birth. With that in mind, it's interesting to me that conservatives so desperately try to use this as an example of, like, transness being bad, or, like, some of them will try to say that this is the only science that trans rights is based on, which is ridiculous because most of everything is based on modern day science and studies, and they call them that as a way of discrediting them too. But hey, do you guys want to hear how most conservatives, when debunked on these positions, tend to respond? I've been thinking that one of these days I should make a video, like I should just like start screenshotting hate comments that are like the most brain dead, worst responses to my videos and the arguments in my videos, and like just do a whole segment where I just go over hate comments. Because, like, you'll be able to see the depths of stupidity that the conservatives that comment on my stuff are willing to dip down to defend their positions. The other day, or yesterday, sorry, I was reading my comments, and someone had commented on my video where I was debunking some, like, turfy talking points, and I'd shown the SciShow video, the Hank Green video, where he goes over, like, the entire scientific consensus on gender and sex, and we even went over the massive laundry list of studies, and a conservative replied, I forget what the first part of it was, but it was like discrediting, or not discrediting, but like dismissive and, you know, obviously saying, oh, you're wrong, yada yada. Did you ever take a biology class? I remember they said. And the final thing they ended it off with will astonish you. Quote, you're just impressed by a laundry list of sources. That was their response to me pointing you guys towards a video that elaborates on my position with scientific citations and a massive list of medical and scientific institutions cited and sourced in the description for all the claims. Their response is, you're just impressed by a laundry list of sources. You need to understand that a lot of conservatives and transphobes fundamentally don't care about the truth. They are so deeply buried in their confirmation bias that they are insulted by the idea of somebody that disagrees with them daring to suggest that you would use citations or sources or medical consensus to inform your positions, that you would use reality or facts to inform what you believe. It's always been projection from these people. Every insult, every straw man of the left has always been projection. One of the right's most classic arguments has been that the left uses feelings and the right uses facts. It is the biggest example of projection the right engages in. The right is as emotional with the way they found their positions, the way they defend them, and the way they adhere to them. The most emotional. The left gets emotional when advocating for them. That's the big difference, and the right takes advantage of that and tries to claim that means that the positions themselves are founded on nothing but emotions rather than facts and logic. And so, little scrawny nerds like Ben Shapiro were able to build quite significant media empires off of, guess what, lefties? Facts don't care about your feelings. So, here's my final position on this whole detrans thing. Trans people are valid, cope about it. There's really nothing else I can say. The scientific consensus is there. Wait, did we actually have that one funny Twitter video? The Soaked Unleft one? Wait, Soaked Unleft, you in chat? Please be in chat. No, Soaked Unleft's not in chat. Aw, I wish we had the funny meme video. Oh wow, I typed that into my chat instead of in my browser. There we go. Let's see. Have I posted it recently, prior to my ban? We'll find it. We'll find it. It's well worth showing. Come on. Come on. Gah. Gah. I'll find it. 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 I will find it. That was my jaw popping, by the way. I will find it. I will find it. I will find it. I'm still scrolling, but I will find it. I will find it. And I will scroll for however long it takes. No one in chat's sending links. Good, good. That's what I expect. That's why I started looking myself. I will find it. I will find it. Here it is. Got it. Let's go. Let's go. All right. I can't play the audio on this meme because it's copyrighted music, but this is my favorite meme response to conservatives when I just don't... Like, I could go on listing, like, different arguments and then back each one up with, like, an example, or you can just play this video. One thing you have to remember, though, by the way, is conservatives, as I mentioned, are terrified of being exposed to the science and facts and logic that debunk their worldview. So if you send them, like, a study, they won't click it. They won't look at it. Like, you have to trick them into being exposed to that, like, inarguable data and that inarguable information and those inarguable studies, right? It's why when Ben Shapiro gets, like, ambushed by someone who knows, like, has those studies on hand at, like, a big live event or something, he freaks out and gets nervous. Matt Walsh, too, because, you know, they don't expect to actually have to confront what you're about to see. So this video was very geniusly crafted to have the first frame be some, like, Christian shit to trick them into watching it and clicking it, and then being bombarded with what's about to play. Watch this. Wait, nope. Nope. Tried to play the audio. Nice try. Yeah, so basically there's been a lot of good memes like that have been made that just sort of, like, very quickly consolidate all of the studies and info. Not all of it, but a lot of the studies and info and stuff. And I like how it, like, tricks conservatives into actually clicking on it, and you got the troll face. Because, of course, as I said, they don't want to actually be exposed to any, you know, wrongthink. So, here's my position on detransitioners. Trans people are valid, as we've established. Which means we should absolutely allow, like, for trans people to have access to the ability to transition. Like, it's not some delusional, weird thing that's not appropriate or good. Like, we've established that the medical institutions back it up and they affirm it overwhelmingly. It's not like it's a, you know, it's not like a split issue or something there's still some questions about. It's very much a consensus. And so with that in mind, considering this is a thing that needs to happen, it needs to be an option, it needs to be available, we need to have a discussion about how best we reduce the amount of detransitioners. Why do people detransition? Well, statistically, data backs up the vast majority by a lot of detransitioners detransition for two big reasons. The biggest being lack of access to continued treatment for their transition, like they don't have money to buy hormones and whatnot, with the second biggest reason being lack of acceptance from family and friends, usually like outright rejection, that forces them to detransition and go back in the closet, so to say. Pretend like they're cis, for the acceptance of family and friends. Or for their own safety, even. It can go even further, right? That is the vast majority of detransitioners. So they're still trans. Like, they are still trans. They're just not transitioning now because of the situation they're in. Like, they would if they could. That does not mean that their transitioning was a mistake, by any means. Now, for the infinitesimally small fraction of detransitioners that genuinely regret it and made a mistake, well, those people need more readily accessible access. More readily accessible ability to speak to medical professionals and mental health professionals that specialize in this field. You're going to have less detransitioners if there are more gender clinics, like, and sexual health clinics, and, like, gender identity, like, treatment clinics and what have you. Like, these are medical, like, facilities with trained professionals who specialize in this realm, right? The more of these people you have access to, the less likely you're going to have a false positive on a diagnosis of gender dysphoria. And to be fair, most detransitioners that genuinely regret it are older. They're older gay men and women who back in the day, medical professionals didn't have the best, back in like the 70s and whatnot, they weren't as good at telling, is this person just gay or are they trans? And they'd say, no, you're trans. And so there are a fair amount of older gay or older ex-trans people, like detransitioners, who were just gay and like misdiagnosed as trans or self-diagnosed as trans. A lot of like detransitioners self-diagnosed themselves as trans or as having gender dysphoria a long time ago. Now, the funny thing is, this documentary that has gone viral features 2 detransitioners as like the stars of it. And from what I've seen, one of them says that they still have dysphoria and they still aren't happy in their body, even after detransitioning, and they still feel dysphoria and they still feel like they're the opposite gender. Like in the documentary, they said that. It really is astonishing at like how poor some of these right-wing outlets are at actually making the compelling propaganda outside of just pouring shit tons of money into it. They think if you just invest enough money into spreading an idea or a talking point, then that's all it takes. You don't have to put any more work in it than that. Just throw enough money at the belief and people will believe it, I guess. Anyway, overall, that's my take on the whole detransition documentary. What do you think of that segment, guys? I feel like it came out pretty good. Glad you guys liked it. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say... Hold on. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1. Action. All right, everybody. So, for those of you guys that don't know, one of my personal interests that I like to, look at videos about and watch content on off-stream is medieval weaponry and knight stuff. I like watching videos about swords and knights and medieval times and stuff. And my favorite YouTuber that does that type of content these days is Scalagrim. Pretty base dude, pretty cool dude. But the biggest YouTuber in that entire community is a guy named Shadiversity, who also happens to be a massive chud, just a massive conservative, massive anti-woke right-winger dude. He goes on a lot of the anti-woke podcasts to bitch about, like, how media is getting woke and it's pandering to, like, brown people and minorities and stuff. And he gets really upset about it and impassioned in his rants as well. And I was sent this just the other day and thought it'd be fantastic to go over, because apparently Shadiversity went onto Sargon of Akkad's new podcast, The Lotus Eaters, to quote-unquote complain about woke cartoons. It caught my eye. Honestly, I have no more lead-in to give. Let's give it a look. Not Hasan. I don't know why I keep thinking, like, it's because I was just ranting about Hasan a minute ago. Like, this, like, area of chud content, that original sphere of anti-SJW skeptic YouTubers from Sargon's era of popularity, 2014 Gamergate era, have really fallen off as of late. So I'm really... The Ass Eaters podcast. So I'm really excited to see what's the state of their content these days, right? Like, the last thing I saw from Sargon was his awful food takes.
Hi folks, I've got the absolute pleasure of being joined by Shad from the YouTube channel Shadiversity.
Oh my god,
if you
he's
don't
wearing
know him,
Gambison.
go look him up because he does great work. He talks about castles and medieval war a lot, which is definitely up my alley. But he also is concerned about, well, the modern world and the state of families, which is something we're going to talk about because you're a very successful father yourself, aren't you?
Thank you, father of 5.
That's amazing. I'm 4.
Yeah.
So my wife's like, yeah, that's enough. We're not having any more. And to be honest with you, I'm fine with that.
Fucking Raiders,
That was kind of our intent. But interestingly enough, my wife and I, going into parenting, we actually were like, we wanted as many as we could manage. Like we would have been happy 12 and more, right? Like we genuinely love kids more than I can really express. But we also understood that we have to take it one at a time, see what we can manage, and we could see that, okay, I think we have hit our limit at 5, even though there is that side of us that, gosh, we would love more. But five is brilliant.
My wife, every single day, she says something like, I'd like another baby. And it's like, okay, we have a current baby at the moment. She's 6 months old. And, we've got more than enough to handle. 4 is enough. So
Remember, guys, if you ever feel like you've got no potential love life, remember these guys are like married and have several children. Like, I promise you, women's standards are in hell, okay? Like, the existence of straight women is an anomaly, all right? Women's standards are literally in hell.
No more for us, thank God.
But you mind if I jump on something that you mentioned? So yeah, I started doing YouTube swords and everything, castles, history, knighthood, all that stuff. Always been deeply, deeply interested in cultural events, as well as the way the culture manifests. More so probably the way the culture manifests in terms of media, because that had such a astounding impact on me growing up. The heroes that I was engrossed in, the stories, the mythology, and it literally made me a better person. I grew up as a kid wanting to be a superhero, and that was an intent. That was an active quest of mine as a kid.
Okay,
and I would
we're already
have
getting
conversation
cringe.
with other friends like, how can we get superpowers? Let's really discuss this. And I went through like the list. Like,
I don't think gamma radiation.
No, I don't want to risk getting bitten by a spider, and I don't think it's
not in Australia anyway.
Yeah, well, yeah, right.
Every time I get bitten by a spider, I test if I can climb walls. I think this is completely reasonable. Sometimes you get bitten by a spider and it's like, all right, gotta check. And you do the scene from the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movie where he like climbs up the brick wall and nothing happens. You're like, fuck, next time. I can relate there.
And genie bottles were really too hard to find. I didn't know it, but I came up with this brilliant plan. There was epiphany as a kid. It's like, oh my gosh, I could ask Santa for magical powers. He has magical powers. Yeah, he could grant them to me. Yeah. And so literally,
okay, this is getting. What are we talking about?
I did that. I actually asked Santa Claus for magical powers, and I eventually got a note back from Santa one Christmas stating that he couldn't give them to me yet, but he would give them to me in the future. And I was like, yes. But it was because of the impact of what I was engrossed in, and there was some great. Can
you imagine what his reaction was to? Spoiler alert. Finding out Santa Claus isn't real. Dude. Could you imagine what his reaction was as a kid to finding that out? And then realizing he's not going to get superpowers one day? What the fuck, Zan? Don't say that. I'm sorry. Have I spoiled it? I hope none of you guys are parents watching with kids in the room, because you guys are... Listen, if that happened, then listen to any kids watching right now, alright? Know that your parents told you Santa exists and pretended to be Santa buying you presents because they love you and wanted you to have fun. And you got a shit ton of presents. And the world got to be magical through your childhood. You'll appreciate it. You'll appreciate it one day. My 10-year-old just figured it out on his own finally, blew his mind. I found out when I was 10 too, and my grandma told me. I was pretty suspect for about like 4 years, like, I'm pretty sure Santa's not real, but I'm just gonna not question it because I like getting the presents. And then one day when I was 10, I was just in the car with my grandma after getting, like, on Christmas Day, like, Grandma, it's just you and me in here, and you're cool. Tell me, is Santa real? And she was like, no. And I was like, son of a bitch. Yeah, my grandma was my best friend. Like, unironically, she was my best friend.
Just cartoons and role models that I really identified with. Superman was a big one, Spider-Man, and of course Robin Hood, and all those things. And so that's actually what was my goal in life, to be a writer, to try and make stories that could have these same kind of positive things. And my quest was to be an author before a YouTuber. Right. YouTubing I started as, well, I wanted to create misinformation. It was just a hobby, something I enjoyed, but also potentially build a fan base to launch my writing career. But it certainly became...
Okay, let's...
launch and doing a graphic novel now, and...
been thinking in the past few years just about the media that I consumed when I was young. And I went back and watched...
So this is where they're going to complain about the cartoons of nowadays, I suppose. Dude, modern day cartoons are better than ever. Like, kids media, there's obviously like the unironic drivel, like what Daily Wire's putting out, that's just meant to like keep kids glued to the TV with flash animation. But then you've got stuff that like really started to come to its own in the 2010s, and that's all ages animation, where it's appropriate for like older kids and like young teens for sure, but it's definitely got themes that can be appreciated by any audience. Adventure Time was like the biggest to do this, and like one of the first to do this more. I think actually Avatar: The Last Airbender would have been the first, but like, I mean, you meet people in their 30s and 40s who are like, Avatar: The Last Airbender, that shit goes hard, and people who are kids that like it, right? I remember having very fleeting memories of watching a couple episodes as a kid, but I haven't seen it old enough to know anything about it other than he control elements, and he ride on big fluffy flying creature, and the Fire Nation attacked. That happened. Yeah, Teen Titans 2 did that, yeah. But I think it really started to come to its own with Adventure Time. That was the point where you, like... If you went into a college, like, dorm in 2011, you would just see Adventure Time shit everywhere. Everyone would be watching Adventure Time and getting stoned, or, like, tripping balls on acid. Like, Adventure Time had its, like, adult audience of stoners, and the surprisingly much smaller audience of kids that watched it, who are arguably the target audience, because, of course, it could be appreciated by such a wide audience. And that's something that I don't think most older cartoons offer. Like, if you go back and watch, like, cartoons from this guy's era, I'm sure there's some enjoyment you would be able to derive from them as an adult, but you're going to enjoy them a lot more if it's what you grew up on, because a lot of it's nostalgia. Modern day animation in the realm of like Steven Universe, Adventure Time, regular show, you know, Infinity Train I've heard is really good. Owl House I've heard is really good. Like, these are shows that are actually like serialized to an extent. Or sorry, not serialized. They have an episodic format to an extent. They like try to tell a broader story while also doing character development, teaching like lessons that literally anyone of any age can like learn from and appreciate. And it's like able to do that while also retaining the ability to be appreciated by younger people. I don't know. I feel like that's always been a thing in kids animation to an extent, but it has been much more leaned into now, particularly with modern sensibilities becoming less focused on having to protect children from topics that are too mature being like, you know, approached them, right? Then if you go back far enough, it gets even more, like, mature, though. Because, like, there was a point where you had, like, outright swearing in kids' cartoons, and then it got really PC because of conservatism, ironically enough, because they didn't want, like, anything inappropriate in their kids' stuff. And then now as society gets more liberal, things start to move back towards a little bit more of a looser leash on the type of media that kids are allowed to consume.
It's a bunch of it. Like, just literally kids' cartoons from, like, the 80s and 90s, right? And one of the things I just found remarkable is how unperverse it was, right? How,
yeah, Ren and Stimpy is goated.
How actually wholesome. Yeah. Like, people find, like, things like He-Man and Transformers.
You know when something's so funny that you laugh uncontrollably and painfully for a long period of time? Watching an old VHS tape of Ren and Stimpy when I was, like, 8... with the episode with the sentient fart was the one that did that. That was my first time ever laughing so hard I couldn't control it and it hurt. And I was almost scared while I was laughing because I didn't know if it was ever going to stop. I didn't know if the laughing would ever stop because I'd never laughed so hard in my life. Ren and Stimpy is goated. Invader Zim as well. Invader Zim is very fucking goated.
Comical now. But actually, if you go back and watch them, they're good messages.
Really good.
The heroes always do the right thing.
Yes, and He-Man often ended with a positive message.
An actual, like, moral...
Notice here how the idea is that you can't allow children to be exposed to anything too complex because then it'll confuse them. That's a big part of why modern day... Like, notice how Adventure Time has, like, hidden lore? Like, you have to actually theory craft a little bit to understand what's happening in Adventure Time. They expect, an audience of teenagers and kids to look at backgrounds and use context clues to figure out character backstory and world lore in Adventure Time. Very little of it is just outright spoon-fed to you. They didn't outright admit the show takes place in a post-nuclear war-torn world 1,000 years later until season 3. That's when they first outright, explicitly say it. But the hints are all there since the first episode. Yeah, I don't know. I think that the idea that kids can handle complex messaging... Like, for example, Finn is the main protagonist and the hero of Adventure Time. He is like the embodiment, the human personification of good. Fundamentally, he is the human personification of the concept of good. He is a true hero. And yet, he is not a Mary Sue who always does the right thing. He is flawed. For example, one of the earliest examples of this, like in the early show, is his tendency to resort to violence. He's like a traditional, old school hero, right? He's like Link, right? He sees a bad guy, he beats them up or kills them and saves the innocent people. But sometimes resorting to violence the way he does has bad outcomes, and he has to learn that lesson that sometimes he has to be diplomatic, and he needs to, de-escalate instead of just running in like a immature child and, killing all the bad guys, right? And so that's a very early lesson that they teach, that our hero does bad things, and he is flawed, but through that the character learns lessons and develops, and so forth. But there are entire seasons where our hero is flawed. Who remembers the Fincel arc in Adventure Time, where for an entire season, Finn is an incel, little snivelly little piece of shit when it comes to women. He's just the worst when it comes to women for an entire season because he's 15 or whatever, and he has an entire season and a half arc where he has to mature into seeing women as people and respecting them. So, and they make it so they explain this in a way where he gets cursed with magical eyes that turns people into how he sees them. And the woman that he once saw, he once, objectified as, an attainable goal he wants to get, that he is owed, that he needs to earn, right? That he is entitled to. We see that he now sees her as, a bro. A lot of people interpret it as Finn being gay, but it's very obvious if you look at the implication. Finn is matured into seeing her as a friend, as effectively as anybody else, as just one of the guys, as just a bro, as a friend, someone that he can platonically be friends with because he's matured to that point. And for entire seasons, Finn is fundamentally flawed in this way, and the show is all about him, by the end of it, becoming relatively an ideal hero. But even by the end, even after the end, we see in Fiona and Cake, he's got plenty of problems still. Modern day kids media isn't afraid to get complicated and gritty and gray with some of the messaging and the portrayals of people who are meant to be the hero. We're willing to have flawed heroes. The concept of that in kids media especially is something people like this are opposed to. They see that as woke. So if you like the idea of complex heroes in your media, then I guess you're woke. And people like this want to destroy that in media because that's the evil woke takeover of video games and cartoons, and it's turning kids woke and it's propaganda. Can you see how completely miserable a world run by these people artistically would be?
moral lecture.
Yes.
A conservative, often, moral lecture. I mean, there was one episode of He-Man where the characters are lecturing you about the Magna Carta and the importance of Magna Carta. And I was just like, yes. You know, if I were my dad, I'd want my son watching that. And I, as me and the father to my sons, I would be more than happy for them to watch that.
Just on He-Man's, like there was an episode where He-Man lost his sword and he had to confront the bad guy without his powers. And the message at the end was, you know,
Guys, you can't make this shit up. I want you to think of all the kink at Pride discourse right now, okay? Recall all of the kink at Pride discourse. This is He-Man. You can't make this shit up. You literally cannot make this shit up. It's all hypocrisy. If there was a guy standing at a pride parade like this and there was a kid in the audience and they were able to be caught in the same frame as a photo, it would be used by conservative propagandists for decades to come. But here they are reminiscing about how this is what they want their children to see as far as cartoons go. There's no problem with this, by the way. I'm not saying it's bad, I'm saying they're hypocrites, and it's hilarious how obvious it is. You literally can't make it up. It is beyond parody.
I didn't have my sword, but I used my brain this time, and there are other kind of things that you can develop. And there are layers to that message that can resonate and be really positive. And He-Man is hilariously goofy.
Sure.
But as a kid, I ate that up. He-Man was
but it's sincere.
Yes.
That's the difference, because I watch the cartoons that my kids have to watch now.
Are you actually going to try and argue that old, like, 80s cartoons are less sincere than modern cartoons? Sincerity is what you call wokeness, dude. When like, any modern cartoon is doing sincerity, it's what you guys call woke. Modern cartoons, like, one of the things that's so fucking nice about the adult... so basically, for those that don't know, Adventure Time, one of the best kids animated shows ever, or all ages animated shows ever, recently had a reboot of sorts. It's a sequel, actually, a sequel show. It's an HBO Max or Max exclusive called Fiona and Cake. It's rated TV-14, and it's for adults. It's an adult animated show. They swear in it, there's blood and gore, it's great. But one of the nice things about it is that they don't overdo it. So much adult animated media is incapable of sincerity. Incapable of it. South Park, The Simpsons in the last 2 seasons has actually gotten really good. Unironically, I watched a video essay recently that was like, The Simpsons is good again, and I was like, no shot. Watched it, gave it a listen, heard it out, I was like, okay. Watched like a half dozen episodes from the 2 newest seasons on Disney+. Mind blown at how good they are. And they are not good because they're retreading old shit. It's nothing like old school Simpsons, but it's, I would argue, as good as old school Simpsons, but it's completely different. They're doing new shit, but it's still good. Like, it's quality. Like, the episodes focus on actually telling a story. Like, an actual story, which is nice, something The Simpsons hasn't been able to do for a while. They're character-focused and character development-focused. I'm going to spoil one episode, and I'm just going to let you guys know what this episode's about. Lisa ends up getting a bacterial infection and has to take a steroidal medicine in order to... Lisa and Bart do. They have to take steroidal medicines in order to get over this. Or to get over the infection. The steroids have the side effect of making Lisa and Bart both gain a bunch of weight. So Bart and Lisa get pretty fat. Bart is able to pass this off as, like, bulk, like he got fit, and he ends up getting popular, and he gets in with, like, the big, strong, older bullies at school, and he's, like, working out with them during recess and stuff. Lisa, on her way out the door, Marge simply says, "Ooh, someone's getting chunky," and this sticks with Lisa the whole episode, and she just gets more and more self-conscious about it. And they visualize it as, like, the word in her mind growing every time Marge tries to make her feel better and reassure her, but just completely fails. And the whole episode is about the effect that a parent's words can have on their child. And at the end of the episode, Marge and Lisa, like, through means that are, unimportant, are able to, like, Marge is able to see into Lisa's mind and see the effect of what her words had on Lisa. And then Lisa goes into Marge's mind and sees a memory Marge doesn't even remember because it's so internalized, where she was the same way. Marge was, when she was a little girl, wasn't focusing on her appearance or what boys thought of her or her, like, physical appearance or whatever, but her mom pushed the same type of shit on her without even realizing it. And Marge realizes there was this cyclical phenomenon of self-shame and body image destruction from mother to daughter that wasn't that the parent didn't even realize she was committing. Fucking phenomenal episode. Not even the best episode of the two newest seasons. Insane how good new Simpsons is. I cannot believe how much they've turned it around. Seasons 33 and 34, I think they are. And then also the two-part episode, the two-parter, A Serious Flanders, phenomenal. Holy shit. It literally won Emmys. It's so fucking good. It was so fucking good. It was really funny, too. Anyway, that aside, The Simpsons recently actually has been getting pretty sincere, so I'll give it that. But overall, adult animation is allergic to sincerity. I don't think that's a controversial take. Rick and Morty is another good example of a show overwhelmingly allergic to sincerity 99% of the time, to the point they make fun of sincerity most of the time. Less so recently with the new writers and the new people in charge, but still. Family Guy, obviously allergic to sincerity. American Dad, allergic to sincerity. Fiona and Cake, though, the spin-off show at Adventure Time, is just Adventure Time, but they're allowed to swear and show blood and tackle, they're basically still tackling the same subject matter. It's just they're able to be more explicit about the adult themes, I guess. But it still feels like Adventure Time. It's just more free, right? And it brings that same sincerity Adventure Time brought to the table to that show, and it's been a breath of fresh air for adult animation, and it's why it blew up and became so viral. So many people got into Adventure Time because of Fiona and Cake, including my own mom, who I tried to get into Adventure Time my entire childhood, and now she's a fan because of Fiona and Cake. No. Modern day kids content, way more sincere than the old shit. I'm not saying the old shit wasn't sincere. It's just most of the more popular new stuff that I'm aware of, at least, beats out the old stuff that's popular that I'm aware of by a long shot. There was actually this, like, bizarre cynicality to a lot of old kids media that I appreciate, but it completely debunks the argument they're making here. Yeah, I used South Park as an example before, Murray Spare.
Now, because that's all that's on Netflix or whatever. Mm-hmm. And they are made by cynical millennials who are trying to introduce irony into them.
It's completely fine to start Adventure Time with Fiona and Cake, and it will make you want to watch Adventure Time. I genuinely think nowadays, and if you're an adult, the best way to get into Adventure Time is by starting with Fiona and Cake, particularly if you're an adult or, like, an older teenager. You'll be able to appreciate and get attached to the characters and universe in the adult animation format way easier, and then once you become attached to them watching the main show, you'll be able to witness the events that are, like, that are referenced, that sound really cool, and, like, they're, like, when they talk about the events of Adventure Time, they talk about it and make it sound cool as fuck. Like, Fiona and Cake makes the Adventure Time show sound cool as shit. My mom wanted to immediately start watching the main show in between releases of Fiona and Cake episodes between the weeks. Like, it makes you want to watch the main show. So yeah, totally. Start with Fiona and Cake. Honestly, you can start with either episode 1 or 2. The way they made Fiona and Cake is so that you can start either episode 1 or 2 as your first episode. You can either start with episode 2, then watch episode 1 and then 3, or go 1, 2, 3. Personally, I recommend going 2, 1, 3. Start with episode 2, Simon Petrikov, is what I recommend. That's my favorite one of that batch, and you will immediately get hooked if you start with that one. Immediate hook, right off the bat. It's the episode that takes place in the main Adventure Time universe too, so it's like a better intro to the world. I think episode 2 serves better as episode 1 personally, but they exist parallel to each other and their endings exist at the same time. So, like, they all end at the start of episode 3. So it doesn't matter what order you watch them in. So yeah, watch them in order 2, 1, 3 is my recommendation. Cannot recommend Fiona and Cake enough. Literally my #1 show of the last, like, 5 years. Maybe 10.
It's like, no, look, an 8-year-old is not ironic. They don't understand irony. And actually, it's probably perverse to try and make them ironic. This is not good for them. Actually, a diet of sincerity is what is genuinely good for them.
What? Are these conservative pundits unironically arguing that irony is bad for kids when right-wing, like, comedy relies entirely on pretending to be ironic? Look how, like, hypocritical this all is in reference to, like, conservatives have completely different values when talking about adults than when talking about kids, funnily enough, right? Because they believe in freedom and whatnot for, like, the adults who fall under the categories of identity they like. But when it comes to kids are supposed to be property that have to be groomed into becoming adults that will agree with them when they grow up. Kids love irony too. Like, kids can understand. Are they trying to argue that, like, kids shouldn't be able to develop the ability to understand irony at a young age? They're not stupid. I mean, they are, but they're not that stupid.
You know, you should be reinforcing sincere and decent messaging rather than making gross jokes that are aimed at adults and things like that. It's just not appropriate at all.
Is he talking about hidden references in, like, Disney or Pixar movies? Is he unironically getting mad about shit like... Well, Velma's an adult show. Is he unironically getting mad about shit like sex jokes that are hidden in Shrek? I rewatched Shrek recently, and the amount of, like, adult jokes in that aren't even, like, sexual, like, inappropriate jokes. They're just jokes that require adult life experience to get. Otherwise, they're just gibberish to you, and you just hear adult words when you're a kid. I rewatched Shrek, the first one, recently. Oh my god, is it, like, comedic genius when you watch it as an adult? The amount of adult humor in there. And a lot of, you know, there's a fair amount of inappropriate adult humor, like, hidden in there. Kids don't get it, of course. But most of the adult humor is just, like, not even spicy. It's just, you gotta be an adult and have the experience that adults tend to have to get it. They aren't talking about anything. They just made up examples in their head. I'm sure that is the case.
Really despise it, actually. I've really, I mean, on a visceral level, I actually despise some of the things I catch my son watching. But they're just totally normal kids cartoons for this era. I just can't take it, man.
Yeah,
I hope they give
the
examples.
people making the cartoons, they're aware that it does have influence.
Oh, yeah. That's why they do it. They're totally aware.
Well, they've said that. They admit they've just been bold-faced.
Well, there's a big difference between some, like, the overwhelmingly progressive medium that is art, having people who push messages like accept people as, like, for who they are as a person, don't, like, discriminate against them because they're race or because they're gay or because they're trans or whatever. That's very different from what these people are about to describe, which is going to be something about, like, putting leftist propaganda, woke propaganda in the media. Kids media has always pushed what's supposed to be positive messages for kids to learn from. It's just that as society progresses, the floor of what is considered the minimum, the bare minimum of what, like, it's expected to be believed to be, like, a proper set of good values rises as society itself gets more progressive and we move further to the left and the Overton window moves further to the left. So that's why back in the 80s, you wouldn't see, like, a pro-gay or pro-trans cartoon, but nowadays you will, because overwhelmingly society's become pro-gay and pro-trans.
And just admitted it.
Yeah.
You know,
because they're promoting social
There's
messages.
nothing wrong with that.
And okay, well, let's talk about social messages, because actually, like, if you go back and just look at any example, like, there's no
Captain Planet, He-Man, which was gay as fuck, She-Ra, feminist. What other examples of 80s cartoons can I think of? 80s kids cartoons that are pretty fucking woke. Sailor Moon. Transformers. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you got me there. Yeah, Rocco's Modern Life. Yeah, you're right. Rocco's Modern Life. That's a little bit. That's like late 90s, early 2000s. SpongeBob's too modern. We're talking 80s here. Come on, you heard my examples. Sailor Moon was 90s, but it's in that. Yeah. Thundercats, yep. Furry shit. Couldn't get away with that today. Power Rangers, which, yeah. Any Sonic cartoon from the 80s. Star Trek, yep. Oh my god, could you imagine if the concept of Star Trek became a thing today? Could you fucking imagine the idea of the space hippie shit that is Star Trek? If that became a thing today and the nerd sphere was introduced to that for the first time today? Sonic did not exist in the 80s? No way. Okay, well, listen. Reality didn't exist before I was born, alright? I have no memory of it unless it isn't real.
Question of who the hero and the villain is in the story, right? In every single one, in like Thundercats, Transformers, He-Man.
Holy shit, he's upset with the idea of media for kids being complicated enough that there is a question about who's the villain and who's the hero. Holy shit. They're just mad that kids media is getting like more interesting and complex. Oh my god.
You know, G.I. Joe, whatever it is, right? All the men take responsibility. Right? They are the ones taking responsibility. They are just...
They're literally mad that modern day cartoons don't push conservative values. Why aren't the men doing the things that society traditionally back in the day said men have to do? They got to be the ones who take the responsibility. Where's that it? G.I. Joe.
Stereotypically masculine. You know, they're heroic. They do the right thing in all circumstances, even when that's the difficult thing to do. And then finally, they solve their problems with violence. Which, and I know it's not a popular thing. It's not a popular thing, but I think that...
I love winter in this state because it means that the bugs want to get in, and I have to be on, like, Doom Guy mode 24/7 searching for creatures that have gotten into my open windows.
Really is the core of what being a man is. The last resort is always the fight, and that's the core of every superhero movie. It always comes to a physical confrontation in which the hero has to use his physical virtues to overcome the villain.
That speaks to something quite...
That's bad writing. That is literally bad writing. They call that in the anime world the anime protagonist screaming buff. When badly written animes simply make it so that, like, the protagonist just has to scream and try harder, and they'll unlock some latent power that allows them to overcome the adversity they couldn't before. And there's no character development. There's no actual journey they take that allows them to unlock that ability or overcome that trial. They just scream harder, and it gives them the anime protagonist buff. That's literally like a thing that's made fun of within the anime sphere because of like how bad the writing is when that's done. Good writing, for example, is when you take a hero, a protagonist, we'll say just a hero in this example, and early on in the story, they come up against the adversity. And they fail because they lack the skills, the knowledge, and the development to overcome that adversity. They go on a long journey where they develop, they learn, they train, whatever it may be, and they unlock what they need in order to overcome said adversity. And then they overcome said adversity. That is the traditional hero's journey. However, here's the thing. What they're actually complaining about here is postmodernism. Let's take an example of a show that breaks this mold. But a lot of conservatives, recognizing how good it is, just can't really get their mind around the fact that it breaks that mold. So they try to, like, cram it into it despite that, and it looks really embarrassing when they do. Breaking Bad. Spoiler alert here, but Walter White, Heisenberg, the main character of Breaking Bad, is the bad guy. Okay? And conservatives famously despise Walter White's wife, who acts as like unironically the voice of reason, who's like, you are putting our family in danger to commit a felony. You're going to go to prison and ruin our lives. Why didn't you accept money from your friend who's a millionaire who's willing to pay for your treatment and keep us like sheltered and housed for life? And it's because of his like pride, and he admits it at the end. Anyway, because of that, the right can't recognize this. Like, they literally cannot recognize this. And so they despise Skylar and see her as a antagonist in the show, because naturally, no matter what, because Walt's the main character, he must be the hero. He must be the good guy. And of course, I'm sure their biases against women are a big part of it too, you know. And so just today, I saw something related to this. Orwell and Good is like a far-right alt-writer who runs like a Nazi website, like a Nazi news outlet, but also runs a Twitter meme account called Orwell and Good. I forget the guy's real name, but he's been doxxed recently, and he runs like a white nationalist board. But he tweeted out this meme that is literally someone else's tweet, who's also like a chud shitlord, saying, "Wah, my husband cooks meth. Wah, my husband wants to leave us money. Wah, my husband killed a guy who is going to kill all of us." And then a picture of Skylar crying. And I quote tweeted it saying, "These people saw Walt almost rape Skylar in their kitchen when their son was about to get home, and were like, yeah, these awful bitch wives, am I right?" Yeah, Fact Fiend is really good at pointing out this tendency. The reality is, Breaking Bad is a perfect example of masterful postmodern media. It fundamentally challenges the idea of the protagonist of said media being the good guy. And there is no hero's journey. There is no traditional old school storytelling method. And in the end, well, I won't say how it ends. Let's just say it doesn't end the traditional way. Not saying it wasn't done before, but like even Shakespeare didn't have endings that were similar. But, you know, it's considered postmodernist media. Something that conservatives such as Sargon and Shadiversity rail against, and is literally what they're railing against right now. The idea of media evolving past what they consider to be like the traditional way of doing things. Which episode was that? I remember him almost killing her, but rape, what? Remember the scene in the kitchen where she's wearing the green facial mask? Man, you guys, I understand, because it's literally impossible to root for Walt in any way, shape, or form with that in your mind. But yeah, there was a whole scene where Walt, like, bent her over in the kitchen and she's yelling stop, and he's unbuckling his pants and he's, like, about to rape her. And, like, eventually it gets, like, she's fighting back enough that he stops. Like, that is how the bad guy Walt is. And people saw that and were like, oh, fuck Skylar. She's awful for being cringy, singing Happy Birthday in that one scene and cheating on him. And they always love to use the example of, well, she stole his money and gave it to Ted. The money she stole from Walt wasn't given to Ted. It was given to Ted and immediately forced by muscle to be given by Ted to the IRS to pay his like unpaid taxes, because he had been doing tax fraud that would then lead back to her and Walt and get Walt in trouble. When Skylar gave Ted the money, it was to save Walt from getting caught, because those eyes on them would have inevitably led to them getting caught. She saved their asses by doing that. And yet they still use that as an example of her fucking him over and being the villain. That is how incapable of media analysis and media literacy conservatives are. You need to understand, if these people, like, were in charge of what media was allowed to exist and be popular, we would be in hell.
I think deeper in the subconscious. I think people understand this on a subconscious level, because it plays out in so many levels where if there's any conflict, and when every other option to resolve the conflict fails, the last resort that it always falls to is violence. Like if it's a conflict that must be.
It's the final arbitration.
Exactly. That's a good way to put it.
By the way, chat, Zan's not even arguing fan theories. This is just true. No, I'm literally quoting, like, I'm literally referencing scenes in the show. Like, I'm not making anything up. Oh, and also, if you want any, like, if you want, like, an idea of how fucking woke Breaking Bad is, there's a detail in one episode of Breaking Bad that I never noticed. I've never seen pointed out by a soul on the entire internet. Not a single person I've ever seen point out. My mom, of all people, noticed it on on her first watch through of Breaking Bad when I had her watch it. Who remembers the scene where Walt goes to the department store to buy a new hot water heater, finally? Because of the running joke of them having a shit hot water heater, so he buys a new one. And he talks to the store clerk about the different hot water heaters. If you pay attention to that scene, you can watch as Walt pays attention to the body movements and poses that the guy is taking. He's like this macho man, kind of handyman, fix-it guy. And Walt actively starts copying him. Like monkey see, monkey do. It was actively, like, purposefully, by the actors. He starts copying every motion the guy does because he, like, the putting the hands on the hips, he does it right after the other guy does, and, like, looking at him and does it. Like, he immediately does it. When the guy crosses his arms, Walt, like, immediately, like he's trying to copy him, right? The reason for that is very obviously because Walt is very insecure in his masculinity. Extraordinarily insecure in his masculinity. And so when he sees someone that, in his mind, fits that, like, stereotype of a masculine, strong man, he imitates it to a hilarious degree. I'd never seen anyone point that out before. I pointed it out on stream a while ago. My chat didn't believe me, so I found the scene on YouTube and then told people, like, what, like, episode it was. They found the scene and watched it and were commenting, holy shit, Zan is right. He's completely right. How did I never notice that? Here, let me see if I can actually find it and show you. This is a perfect example of, like, the type of media that the right is against these days because of its wokeness. Walt buys a new hot water heater. Well, here's the character. His name's Bob. In season 2, in the episode Over. God, I wish I could get away with showing the scene. Well, now you know. The name of the episode is Over. It's in season 2. And it's the scene where he's in the store buying the hot water heater, and the guy with the red smock is there, and Walt's literally imitating every body movement he does. It's ridiculous how obvious, if you actually pay attention, even beyond examples like that, which are actually fairly hard to notice if you're not, like, looking for it, that, like, the show is a arguably progressive feminist critique of toxic masculinity, the pride of men who hold themselves to the expectations that they believe society expects them to hold. Like, nobody was actually expecting Walt to figure out and solve all the problems that he was facing financially on his own. No one in his life. None of them. Elliot wasn't expecting to. They offered him money to help him. And of course, Hank did too. None of them thought less of him for needing help. He was the one who insisted his pride would be bruised if he didn't do it all himself and become a meth kingpin. Anyway, we got a little off topic, but really what they're complaining about here is postmodernism, and it's embarrassing. It really is. Zan, are you insecure in your masculinity? Not really, but I mean, I guess every guy is to an extent, right? You're kind of lying if you say you're not. But for the most part, I don't really think about it much. Like, my masculinity and my being a guy or a man really only comes up when it's, like, relevant. Like, it's just not really something you think about, right? I don't know. Anyway, that's all I have to say on this. Okay, chat, I have to pee so bad. All right. I hope you enjoyed that segment, guys. I'll be right back. I have to pee really bad. I'll be right back. I am a new fucking man now. Jesus Christ, that felt good. So chat, you think I should participate in No Shave November? I haven't shaved in the last 5 days, so far I've passed without even realizing it. Should I see how scraggly I can get by the end of the month? Divorce makes men feel insecure of their masculinity. True. It happens. Happened to XQC and Elon. Larry Banks 78, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I appreciate that so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey Zan, back from work and catching up with stream. Have you heard that Critical Drinker did an interview with Ben Shapiro and watch bits of it? It had Drinker just shill out for their Snow White movie. Oh my god, he got paid and bought out by... Yeah, for those who don't know, the Daily Wire has been, like, caught, like, offering shit tons of money to YouTubers and content creators, so Critical Drinker accepted the money. Well, there you go. Good example of proof he's a grifter. That's actually really funny. He's one of the content creators that accepted their sponsor email thing. I already am doing No Shave November? Well, yeah, keep doing it. Let's go. My forest is already out of control. Jesus Christ. You just know that movie is gonna be shit? Yeah, that Snow White movie is gonna bomb just like their Gina Carano one did. And the Gina Carano one had a bigger name. Like a bigger name in it, and it made $800. Unpaid intern, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. You may be an unpaid intern, but you pay me. In Soviet Russia, intern pays you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It says, awesome segment, Peepo Pizza. Aw, thank you. I appreciate it. Very kind and pog of you. Thank you for the dono. Cannot stop shaving or will die of dysphoria. No Shave November doesn't apply to trans women. Unless you want to, and it doesn't make you dysphoric, I guess. But you don't have to. Larry Banks 78, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate that as well. Thank you so much. Said... It's funny that Shad and Sargon are so vague on what new cartoons are because they know that they would get roasted as cartoons like Owl House would disapprove their narrative. Yeah, they can't give examples because most of the shows they would think of are really popular, really beloved, and even their own audiences probably have fairly positive views, right? $178. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate the support. Oh, I gotta move the goal to the future, apparently, because the way that OBS, or not OBS, Streamlabs works. Slashy, you donated? Yes, you did. Wow. Adventurous Amish, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate that. So kind of you. Says, good for the good work. Aw, thank you so much. I'm sorry for being so late to that donation. I forgot to check my Streamlabs donos. Thank you so much. And then Slashy, thank you for the $3 donation. I really appreciate that too. Said, it will be hard to be on the right as they continue to make more and more stuff woke. They are warring on video games and anime, which is a big no-no. Yeah, as like... Something you gotta recognize as well is that the wokeness, as they call it, of games and media is going to become the norm for more and more people that grow up with it. And, like, they're not gonna see anything wrong with it because there is nothing wrong with it, right? And these people who just rail against it and shit talk it all day are going to be like the same. It's literally the same thing as the moms who would try to get Pokemon banned because it's satanic. But kids don't fall for that shit. They grew up with it. They aren't going to fall for the satanic panic shit about Pokemon, right? The same thing applies to this, like, woke panic stuff about modern media. They're not going to fall for it. Some will. Not all of them. Very few. On the grand scale. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? How are the quails coming along? As soon as I've moved into my new place, I'll be able to start getting quail stuff set up. That'll be on January 1st, is whenever I move out of here, and I will be literally moving into my new place. So obviously, need a bit to, you know, settle in, but get moved in and, you know, get a bed, that kind of thing. But then I'll get some quail eggs mail ordered to me. It's really easy. Obviously, before that, buy everything else I need, including the incubator, and start the series. Obviously, I also want to get a good camera. Before that, I am going to buy, this will be part of the Quail Moving Fund, a nice, proper camera, because, I mean, my current phone is literally cracked to shit. Recording quality's garbage, audio quality's garbage. I want to get like a nice lapel mic that I can attach, and, well, also, you know, recording. Anyway, Cherry, cut all that out. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So, you know how conservatives are always talking, or I should say virtue signaling, about how much they love families and traditional family values, and they want families together, and they want the you know, families, they love families. They're always talking about family. It's more than the Fast and the Furious characters, I tell you. Well, one of the things that's fundamental, of course, to being a, you know, a well-functioning, proper nuclear family is the parents actually having time to spend with their kids to do fun stuff, such as, you know, spending the holidays with their kids and not having to spend it all at work. Well, as we all know, everything these conservatives say about how much they care and love families, well, it's all a virtue signal. On Halloween, Jesse Waters launched a ghoulish attack on dads who leave work early to spend time with their children on Halloween. Get ready to see a Fox News host say the exact opposite of what they say they want when they talk about families. It's just like how they say, we shouldn't be funding Ukraine to defend themselves against Russia when we've got homeless veterans on the street here. And it's like, okay, let's do something about those homeless veterans. Let's get them, like, social safety nets so they have somewhere to live, and they have healthcare, and they have housing and stuff, and they have jobs. And they're like, no. They don't actually want to do anything. They don't. It's all virtue signaling because they want to say what sounds best to an audience at any given time, even if it contradicts the thing they're going to say tomorrow or the thing they said yesterday. The internet has a surprisingly short memory.
Water's cooler.
Wait, hold on. Gotta pause the music. It didn't do it automatically. Here we go. All right.
Business correspondent Madison Allworth. Madison, I have an issue we have to discuss.
Okay.
I've noticed today's Halloween, and dads are leaving for work early. Now, I don't know if this is kosher, but dads are leaving for work at like 4 o'clock while it's still light out to go trick-or-treating with their children.
When has trick-or-treating ever gone that late at night? At least as long as I remember, you go outside and start trick-or-treating when the sun's up. you got to get home and help your kid get in the costume. And, like, you don't want to, like, arrive home and it be like, all right. It's like, this is, like, demonic. Like, why are you going home at 4 p.m. when it's still light out? That's when you're leaving work is 4 p.m. That's not accounting for commute, getting home, decompressing from being at work, you know? And, like, letting your kid have you there at home while they get excited and get dressed for Halloween stuff. Actually spending time with your kids on a holiday. Jesus Christ. They don't care about families. They despise families. They are simply a weapon they can use to make the left look bad. And they will say things and advocate for things that contradict their virtue signals about how much they care and love families right around, like, literally moments later. They'll do it in the same sentence.
Now, if I was 20 years old and I was trying to get started in the business and I would tell my office manager that I got to leave work early for Halloween to trick or treat, I don't know if that would go over too well.
I don't know how many 20-year-old parents he thinks there are out there that have kids old enough to trick or treat. But I think we're probably talking like minimum 25, probably getting into the 30s for the most part. When it comes to maybe even into the 40s, like we're talking like classic dads, you know, like middle-aged dads taking off work to go take their kids trick-or-treating. Because that's what you do. You spend time with your kids in the holidays. Why won't the working class just buckle under the weight of their employers' demands? Why are they enjoying their lives? Why? Well, you know, you have, like, on average, the average man will live to see 70 or so Halloweens. Think about that for a second. The average man will live to see 70 or so Halloweens. The average dad will live to see 20 to 40 Halloweens max with their kids. $20 to $40 max, on average, I'd say. Most parents don't get to live 40 years with their kids, like till their kids turn 40. I mean, sometimes, but most of the time, not really. It's getting more common, though. So with that in mind, when you think about it on that scale, and you think about it like that, you start to realize, holy shit, I've only got, like, a handful of Halloweens, a handful of Christmases to live, and, like, live my life during and not be at work. Or commuting to work or home from work. I've only got so many Halloweens and birthdays and my kids' birthdays and my kids on Halloween, my kids on Christmas, that I get to live and experience. And a certain amount of those are being stolen by millionaires who run a corporation that says I have to work that day. Think about that for a second. More and more of the working class are thinking this way. And boomers are getting scared. Hell, it's the boomers that are honestly, like, not the boomers, but, you know, older people that are making this realization, millennials and Gen X.
Am I wrong?
I think you're wrong, because I think, as you probably know, we answer to our boss, but we also answer to our wives and to our...
Sorry if I just called you older, but you know what I mean. Like, older than Gen Z, younger than boomer.
Children. And I know that my dad had to come on Halloween with me because we were elite trick-or-treaters. We had a lot of candy. I possibly could not carry all of it. Where does that candy need to go?
What do you
mean? Dad carries an extra pillowcase. You dump your candy in and you keep hitting houses. That is...
I feel like I'm doing a disservice to how demonic this guy looks by not showing his face. You need to see, like, his demonic smuckle. Let's rewind it a bit. Here we go.
I know that my dad had to come on Halloween with me because we were elite trick-or-treaters. We had a lot of candy. I possibly could not carry all of it. Where does that candy need to go?
What do you
mean? Dad carries an extra pillowcase. You dump your candy in and you keep hitting houses. That is how you do a good Halloween crawl. And if you are calling out the dads that want their kids to get pillowcases full of candy, that's on you, Jesse. And I don't know if you want to be on that side of this.
You were elite.
Absolutely.
You were elite.
Come on. Yes.
Okay. What did you wear that was so elite that you got so much candy that your dad had to leave work early and leave everybody else high and dry so he could carry an extra sack?
It was not very creative. I'm half Indian. My mother's side is.
I like how bizarre the argument here is. Instead of being like, why shouldn't fathers spend the finite amount of holidays they have to spend with their children instead of at work? Like, they worked most of the day. Like, most people work 9 to 5 jobs. Leaving work an hour early isn't that crazy. It's literally later into your workday than, like, kids leaving school for a half day, which oftentimes, if it's on Halloween or any other holiday of the sort, kids have half days or no school at all a lot of the time on those days. Because they recognize, like, if Halloween happens to be on a school day, it's like, well, kids gotta get home, you know, relatively early so they can get ready for Halloween. Not even an hour, half an hour? Yeah. On Halloween, what? Yeah, I remember multiple half days on Halloween. It was obviously in, like, elementary school, but yeah, it was nice.
Indian, and I just love my culture, which is not a costume, and it's probably not PC, but I am Indian, and I was an Indian princess.
All right, so if
like,
you're Indian, you can dress up as an Indian. Otherwise, you can only cross-dress.
Indian princess from.
What a bizarre... What? Okay. I guess he found a way to be transphobic at the end, I suppose, and also racist, because he got mad at his co-host, who's, I guess, Indian, for not liking people doing cultural appropriation. I don't even know, dude. Like, that was bizarre, that last little bit. Like, he managed to cram in, like, a little extra bit of bigotry. Like, that was just completely out of nowhere and random. For no reason, you know, I kind of have to respect it a little bit, you know? Yeah, conservatives can't talk about any topic without, like, their hatred of minorities kind of bubbling up into their rhetoric at some point. You know, they have to, like, talk, like, you get, like, a conservative talking about how much they hate a meal, and they say, "Ugh, this is worse than Joe Biden's, this is worse than the, inflation we've had under Joe Biden." You know, like, you'll go into a comment section of a video that's, like, literally the least apolitical thing ever. It'll just be, like, videos of animals doing random shit, and you'll just see one of them manage to find a way to make their comment, like, start about the video, but then end up with, like, shitting on Biden or praising Trump, and then a huge political argument starts in the comments. Like, these people are genuinely mentally ill. This politics, culture war shit, their hatred, their bigotry, it lives rent-free in their head, and they can't withhold it. They can't keep it in, you know? They have to at least dog whistle it every once in a while. All right. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Nice, nice. That was the last segment of the stream, guys. Bit of a shorter segment to wrap things up with, I know. But I think it came out pretty good. I think today's stream's been pretty good overall. Almost a 5.5 hour long stream, by the way, guys. Go watch AOT? I might. If my friends are in VC that I plan to watch it with, then yes. Hey, Xanderhall, I just got my morning espresso. Yeah. Nice, Cherry. I just finished doing 6 segments. We're popping off. I'm about to wrap up stream. Slashy, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you all so much for your support, by the way. Said conservatives do not like the idea of employees having a more equal relationship with their employer. Same reason why they want parents to not have a more equal relationship with their kids. Exactly. It's all about maintaining hierarchy because they want to be at the top of it. And even when they're not at the top of it, they want to maintain it because they believe that they'll be at the top of it eventually. So they can't allow hierarchy to be destroyed. And that's their fundamental disagreement with the left. The left doesn't like hierarchy. They like it, but they have to pretend like the left wants hierarchy too. Or at least hierarchy in the same way as them. Fundamentally, the idea of some form of fair hierarchy is I think, doable, but, you know, I'm no political scientist, no expert. Anyway, with all that said, I think here's a pretty good time to wrap things up. Right after I read this dono, Opalo Viper, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you so much. Says, can't give more, but here for the quail. Aw, thank you so much, Opalo Viper. I really appreciate it. It really does help a lot. It goes a long way. Thank you, thank you. I'll update that dono goal really fast so you guys can see the fruits of your generosity. All right, everybody. You guys have been so kind today. Your donations, your subs, gifted subs, your support just across the board has been so overwhelmingly generous. Thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Lots of viewers were here too today, so I love seeing the streams grow, as always. Consider hitting the like button even on your way out, because it helps the channel overall. You know, you could do that. You know, hit that like button on the way out. And yeah, with all that said, thank you all so much for watching. I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Have a good one, everybody. Doo-doo fart.